Two, one.
Fight, robots, fight.
Ooh, Kintsurugi getting the better of those first two engagements. We've already got belts on the floor.
Both robots being as aggressive as possible, trying to take control here.
Kintsurugi really controlling the pace, dominating the early engagements between these robots.
Chainsaw Kitty appears to be the one missing a belt, but is able to get right side up and still stay in this fight.
Absolutely, yeah, this could turn around very quickly. I'd say the first 15 seconds went Kintsurugi's way.
Yeah, but Kintsurugi's weapon's now down.
Oh, look at that. It got a lot quieter in the box.
Might come back. I can't count it out yet. There's so many things that can happen with a weapon. You never can know truly why it's spun down or up.
I did get some intel up in the pits earlier today. Apparently, Chainsaw Kitties switched it up, full-on 8S wiring in that system now.
That's a big switch up.
Used to be 4S, now they're going full-on with 8S wiring. Same amount of batteries, just a little bit more oomph out of them.
Kintsurugi looking to take some bad hits to the chassis, and there's the tap out.
Backs it right up to the door like a boss. Parks it in.
Cage 6. Three, two, one. Fight, robots, fight.
Berserker coming out fast, not able to win that ground game matchup between these scrambled eggs.
Berserker wants to try to, use its superior weight over an individual segment of the multi-bot. Try to knock one away and then attack the other one. Doesn't look like they can get a clean hit to make that happen, to separate them.
No, and Berserker's spending a whole lot of time on its head and a whole lot of energy trying to get back onto its wheels.
Scrambled Eggs doing a really good job of attacking together these really concerted efforts. Whoa.
Yeah, only one instance so far of friendly fire between the two halves of Scrambled Eggs. It's very hard to do.
Berserker's starting to score those hits. There's another instance of friendly fire.
Really nice angle there from the yellow half of Scrambled Eggs onto the side plate of Berserker. And great attack from behind.
Oh,
Our first shot from Berserker.
First roof shot of the day, folks.
And there's the second. Berserker getting their flow now, it looks like. The challenge for Berserker is it doesn't look like they're winning these ground game engagements weapon to weapon. So they really got to hit their angles and avoid those forks.
It's not about ground strategy for this robot. This is becoming more and more clear to me now. It's about going berserk.
Chaos definitely feeds to their advantage.
Whoa.
Nice shot there.
The green half, oh my goodness, the green half of Scrambled Eggs is looking worse for wear. They might be out of the fight.
I think it's dead. Nope, little bit of twitch.
For all intents and purposes, it doesn't look like it's going to be helping the yellow half very much.
No, definitely not. Berserker really, it seems to be limited in its mobility too after that foray. Yeah, that left drive side, a little less active than it looks like it needs to be.
We're 50 seconds or so left in the fight. It's Berserker's job to try to end it with a KO because it gets to use its superior weight now. You're only fighting one half of Scrambled Eggs. Managed to do such a good job against both. It should be easy pickings for the other half of it left.
We've got belts on the floor.
Yellow
Looks like
half.
weapon egg or Scrambled Eggs is losing a little bit of the forks.
They're doing an amazing job of staying square with Berserker and not letting any of those hits get bad. They're scoring some hits on their own too.
Oh yeah.
Not as easy as I made it out to be for Berserker.
Final 5 seconds left. Can we get one more impact before we're all done? Yeah, a little weapon to weapon there just before the end.
26. Tap out. The winner is. Please five. Tap out. The winner of the match is.
All the coolest bouncers.
2, 1.
Fight.
And away we
Robots
go,
fight.
getting up to speed as best we can. B-roll really struggling to get up to speed there.
Power on weapon looks like it can maybe tussle.
Oh,
Roof shot yourself? Okay. But now we're right side up and we're still in control. One side of B-roll's bristle drive is chewed up pretty bad, but they're still moving.
yeah, it's certainly not moving evenly anymore, though. Ow.
Big mutual hit.
And you could hear the weapon of B-roll is making some contact with the floor.
Tap out.
Yeah.
B-roll taps out.
Because when your weapon is just running through the plywood every single time it tries to make a rotation,
That's
Three, two, one, fight!
Three, two, one.
Fight. Robots fight.
both weapons up to speed, very cautious.
whoa.
Nice first impact there. Definitely going the way of Pine Victus and able to take advantage, coming in for yet another hit and another hit and another hit and another hit. This is what we saw
And the
all
cameras-
world champs.
One of the cameras got knocked around for just a second. We go to a different camera angle. Oh my goodness. This is just non-stop carnage.
There goes the
There's the
wheel,
tap
there's
out.
the tap out. So you're reigning and defending world
2,
Let's see what happens now.
Fight, robots, fight.
Mako has always been more successful as a multi-bot configuration, so the Mako Friendo team really looking to dial in that strategy.
All right, their Titanium White is doing the thing in an absolutely clear unstick request. But now that the
Yeah.
unstick is called for, Julian's going to go for that critical hit right into the chassis.
And this is some straight heel stuff. Get in between
Julian
the house bot.
Julian is screaming right now. Titanium White is able to get a good pin and some burns on Friendo, but when that happens, Julian can come up behind, use the power of the multi, and go for a snipe on the chassis.
And it's never good to get the top of your robot sawed into, but when the inside of your robot is full of flammable like gas,
Tap out.
There's the tap out.
all right, so I gotta say,
Stage 5. Knockout. Winner. Seamless.
I love above average for a big wheeled robot. That cracks me up.
Here. Leave that one over there until we start that, just because there's too many people moving right here. Once we move into that match, then we'll put the pro back.
Two,
Just looks
one.
dangerous.
Fight, robots, fight.
Gord winning the ground game here, taking advantage. A couple nice solid hits.
Fort coming off with fish there. Down to 1, down to 0.
Oh, Gord stopped for a split second there.
What a tumble.
A little front flip there.
We're just juggling fish at the wall.
What is Gord going to be able to do here? Or what is Fish going to be able to do here? It looked like Gord's weapon might have slowed down. I was saying the colors here are confusing. We got the teal robot fighting over the pink corner and the pink robot fighting over the
Why
teal
they
corner.
do that to us. All right, well, Fish's weapon still seems functional, although they are getting pinned up currently. Another weaponless pin here.
Now, when your weapon is down, you are allowed to pin more than when your weapon is operational. That's a new tweak in the rules. Usually, you'd only be allowed 2 pins. Any successive pin would be negative points now in the judge's decision. Oh!
Weapon still working on Gord. Fish is propped up. They have used their unstick, and here comes Gord. Trying to get to it before Flo there.
That's interesting. The weapon was down for a while there. Now, that can count against them if this did go to the judges. That would be negative on their conditions.
Tap out.
That's not going to happen because they get the tap out victory. That's
Two,
what I'm going for.
one.
Fight, robots, fight.
Off. Inertial struggling on that initial spin up. Caldera is not.
A lot of smoke here in the arena and no spin. Caldera looks like they're getting right under that ring into the juicy innards.
I think that's it, Adam.
There's the tap out. Unfortunate for Inertial. You really want to see Good first hit by Capsize. Now with the new rules here, going in with a wedge with your weapon up is not going to be getting you any of those attack points. So Capsize can do this, but they'll have to start using their weapon, not start using it effectively or causing damage on Grim Ripper. Because right now, this is basically all judges' points for Grim Ripper.
That was a slam, though.
Good slam. I don't think that counts either, though. They didn't use their weapon. So new rules here today at NHRL for judging. We only have 2 categories. We have attack and we have condition. Condition is basically a new damage. How damaged is your robot? How good is the condition? You get points for the better condition your robot is in at the end. But attack is a real trick here.
Uh-oh.
Attack is how consistently are you doing harm to your opponent or attempting to do harm using your active weapon basically for the duration of the fight. So far, Capsize hasn't used their active weapon at all, and Grim Ripper is pretty successfully doing harm to Capsize. So if this does go to a judge's decision, which who knows with a minute and a half left, Grim Ripper looking good.
Yeah, it looks like Capsize has been reduced to just pivoting in place, trying to keep that wedge facing Grim Ripper as Grim Ripper is circling around them, looking for an edge to catch. Uh-oh, that's a battery.
Tap out.
Ooh, wiring harness strewn about, top plates all on the floor. All right, back to cage 1. Loading in now is Carmen in red, Benny Arjam in black. We've got a four-wheel drive, bar slash drum for both of these robots. Crowd is chanting for their friend Benny. Benny with the wider drum there. Michael Shore, the driver of Carmen, coming out of Pittsburgh, PA. He is the number 6 seed in the 12-pound class. Benny Arjom, unseated. But they have fought before. Back in May of 2025, Carmen took that one. Michael Shore, part of the Plum lineage out of Plum High in PA.
5, 4,
A lot of
3,
champions came from
2,
that school program.
1.
Interesting
Fight,
matchup here. No
robots, fight.
forks versus some really low wide forks.
Lots are screaming.
Ooh. Benny winning the config battle there over Carmen on the first engagement. How's it going to keep up?
Looks like one of those forks isn't going to keep up.
Yeah, one of them torn right off. Carmen keeps coming down on top of Benny. Got to be careful with that. Oh, and there's the second fork. And that one's bent up. They're both bent up, not even removed.
Carmen taking that exchange. Benny now flipped upside down. Not a lot of movement out of their wheels or weapon. Ooh.
Tap out.
Almost tapped out in time to keep the battery in. Flo locking down Benny for Carmen to pull from the box. I don't know if it's super necessary on Flo's part with that battery sitting right in front of the drum there. Solid W for Carmen. Back to the pits, probably just to charge up.
Yeah, it's like a little grenade sitting on the floor. Looks okay. Although, gotta be careful with the lead sticking
Oh,
out of
yeah.
the battery there. Came unplugged from the connector.
Still turning the bot off just in case. Maybe it's got another battery for drive or weapon or something. All right, who do we have next? We're gonna keep it in the 12-pound class. Keep it in cage 1. Go on then, Flo. All right, while we wait for this next 12-pound match, let's go ahead and toss it to me from the past, explaining the updates to the 2026 season.
Fights, clearer outcomes, and a stronger experience for both fans and competitors alike. Here's what's new for the 2026 season at the National Havoc Robot League. The 2026 rule set pushes much harder towards using your active weapon to attack and cause actual harm. It's always been this way at NHRL, but now we're doubling down. Why? Because it leads to more entertaining fights, more understandable outcomes, and a better experience overall for everyone both watching and competing. Judging now reflects that philosophy. We've gone from 3 judging categories down to 2, now condition and attack. Condition replaces what used to be known as damage, but it's flipped. Instead of getting judged on the damage you do to your opponent, you're now judged on the condition of your robot at the end of the match. Attack replaces control and aggression, and it measures the intensity and frequency of your attacks, and critically, how effective you were at causing harm with your active weapon. Going from 3 categories to 2 will allow us to have faster judges' decisions, more consistency, and a clearer alignment between what happens in the cage and what fans expect the outcome of the match to be. Next up, how you compete. So for 2026, we have 3 distinct competitive paths. Some people enjoy showing up, immediately getting matched up against elite teams, and going 0-2. But that doesn't necessarily make you a better builder, and it isn't necessarily the best on-ramp into the sport of fighting robots. XP creates a softer landing for newcomers, so they get more fights, more experience, and a clear progression towards open tournaments. The opens stay largely the same, but with a more fair ranking system and a registration that prioritizes experienced competitors. The biggest addition for 2026 is the Pro Tour. The Pro Tour is 3 invite-only events These events feature the absolute best builders in the world, major prizes, and the highest level of competition NHRL has ever seen. If you reach prime time at a qualifying event, you'll earn an invite. You don't have to attend, but we think you'll want to. Pro Tour introduces an NHRL Pro rank, which determines your seeding at the NHRL Pro World Championships. Top 4 at an Open still qualifies you for the World Champs, but your Pro Tour rank determines where you'll start. We want the intensity, the prestige, and energy of Worlds throughout the year, not just at the finale. Fans are showing up, builders are raising their game, and the demand is real. These changes represent the next stage of NHRL's evolution. Stronger rules, clearer competition paths, higher stakes, and bigger stages. We are so excited for this 2026 season, and we can't wait to see what you build.
All right, we are in cage 1. We've got 12-pound
5,
action. In the blue
4,
corner is
3,
Bananarchy, and in
2,
the pink,
1.
we have
Fight.
Robocat.
Robots fight.
Robocat is Ben Haas out of Cincinnati, Ohio, coming in as the 4th seed. Bananarchy from Puxatawny, PA, unseeded for this event.
Flipping themselves over there from gyro forces.
Wow.
Bananarchy just running away, trying to spin up, running themselves into the
Tap
wall. There's
out.
the tap out. Nothing doing on their end. I wonder what was wrong with the weapon there at the end of the fight.
Interesting. Adam, that was an odd tap out to me.
It looked to me like they were having trouble spinning up. Knew they had a really dangerous opponent on the other side and figured, you know, let's save the bot, figure out what's wrong, come back to the next fight stronger. That's how I'm reading that one. You know, sometimes you come in and you see you need to do a repair anyway. You say, let's do the easier repair. We don't need to get ripped in half, too.
So Robocat moving on. Bananarchy gonna try and get this sorted out in the pits. They both have more fights to come. And we have more 12-pound action coming up. Cage crew coming out. Brooming stuff, fixing cameras, laptopping.
Yeah, shout out to the arena crew. Without them, I don't think you'd be able to drive in this arena after maybe 2 fights.
It would be a totally different game if we never swept out the cage.
Yeah, you just leave the debris, leave the
I don't know, that could
the
be
sawdust. Yeah.
Cool. Like really disrupt the ground game.
Yeah, we already have that game a bit, which I like here at NHRL. You know, the floor changes over the day, and you have to account for that with your robot. It would be fun to just leave everything in the arena. Would be an interesting kind of one-off event.
It probably wouldn't be as good.
I don't know. I think it would just kind of change things a little bit. I think if everyone ran the same robots, people would just be getting stuck. But if people actually took the time to think about it and design for it, it could be interesting. I know that, you know, in the past and even currently, builders don't like to take into account that the floor is going to be a little bit worse later. You know, you always like to design your robot assuming a perfectly flat floor. It's just, and then you just get annoyed when you get high centered. It's like, you know it's going to happen, but you just, you know, if you give yourself that ground clearance, it can hurt earlier in the day when there is a perfect floor. So it's tricky.
All right, looks like we have Big Gira and Carolina Reaper loading into the cage now. Carolina Reaper looking taller this tournament.
Carolina Reaper, just the name makes my mouth water a little bit, thinking of the pepper and the hot sauce.
You a spicy guy?
Favorite peppers. It tastes so good. The flavor of the Carolina Reaper pepper is outstanding. I wish they just made a slightly less spicy one sometimes. But the robot, also great. Also great.
Yeah, Mark Harrison of Raleigh, North Carolina, and Carolina Reaper. That makes sense.
Yeah, I've known Mark for a while now. His robots are always a lot of fun.
He's been in the sport for a long time.
Yeah. He's always trying something new. I think a lot of people will have a style that they kind of stick with, and he tries a lot of different styles, which I appreciate. You know, he's always having fun, new designs, new stuff.
That's what's
trying it out.
so cool about this sport. Like, you can pigeonhole yourself in a way and really focus on honing one specific design, or you can just go nuts with it.
You know, once you make a design, you see everything wrong, you start building on it, and you realize if I try something new, I'm gonna have to learn all that again for new design. I gotta learn new techniques.
Man,
you know,
that's the best part.
It's a lot of work to build something new, and you know, I gotta hand it work. So always bring something new. It feels like a lot of different designs, and
iterating just doesn't feel as stimulating as a novel new
I already
bot.
got all those parts. I gotta.
But then,
I have
Adam,
that CAD. I gotta
buying parts is so fun.
That's the fun part. My bank account doesn't think so. So this is Carolina Reaper's fight to lose here. The classic big wheel against a small four-wheel vert. Can they pull it off?
1.
Fight. Robots fight.
Looks like they're spinning down.
Oh, that's a fun one.
Although with big wheels, can hit you forward or backwards.
Yeah,
it's
they don't
tough to
always
say.
control which way they're going to hit you. Having a little bit of drive problems here now. Big wheel's biggest challenge is getting traction on the ground with a big wheel, right? Is it rubber? Is it spikes? How do you make a durable large wheel that also gets traction? Looks like they're sliding around a lot here.
And Bagheera, I saw some smoke when they're inverted. The weapon is no longer functioning, and I see green belts sticking out of both sides.
Yeah, that is not good for Bagheera. It looks like Carolina Reaper and all that hectic madness was able to get the right hit at the right time. Bagheera is getting told they need to show movement, and they are not. With the belt sticking out, I can understand why. Requesting an unstick, you know, smart strategy, you get it, why not?
Maybe Flo can get that belt seated back in the pulleys.
Oh, a little bit of
excellent work,
movement.
Flo. What's up with Reaper? Okay.
They're just waiting for the
Just chilling.
stick. And I am seeing a little bit of movement here. You know, that's going to prevent the count, I think, if they can keep that up. But they're stopped again. Oh, there's the count. Carolina Reaper just waiting for them to come back to life. But they're not giving up.
Tap
Oh, they did. They did run with the tap out. I don't know.
Wow.
I would have waited the extra 2 seconds. I'll take the knockout.
Yeah.
But I guess, you know, they said, let's get it over with. Unfortunate for Bagheera. I thought they had an opportunity there with the lack of mobility coming from Carolina Reaper, but Carolina Reaper nails that hit. Mark Harrison taking home the win. Inching closer to 500 with this bot. Was sitting at 3 and 6 coming into the fight. Going to leave at 4 and 6. And that's going to take Bagheera down to 7 and 7, 500 overall. A little bit of an upset there by Mark against Nick Andreas.
And it looks like we have one more 12-pound match this round, featuring Xenomorph.
12 pounds is an interesting class here. I think when you fight with the 3s, you fight with the 30s, the arena scale is pretty similar. You fight with the 12s, you get a nice big arena, you know? You're fighting in the 30-pound arena with smaller robots. You get a lot of room to drive around. And that does change the fight when you can drive around that much. You have that much room, and it can make a big difference if you have good maneuverability, you have that extra space.
So it changes the fight, but does it change the field? Like, are 12 pounds, are they running a certain type of archetype that's not as likely to be seen in the 3 or 30 pound class?
The smaller the arena, the more you can get what I call jousting. If you don't have room to drive around your opponent, you have to drive straight at them pretty much all the time.
Right.
So you're just lining up joust, 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 joust. And you'll see that sometimes happen in the 3s and the 30s because there isn't a lot of room to really drive around your opponents. You can get stuck on the wall. And I do think we see that more in the 12s. We see circling. We see the ability to drive around. And over time, if you really start to optimize for that, I think it can change the robot designs. You see people care more about maneuverability than just pure outright straight line speed and weapon power, as you'll see in other ones. So 3s, 30s, I think you see more of kind of turn and go. You just kind of pivot and go. Whereas in 12s, I think you see a little bit more of this kind of driving.
Yeah, buzzkill comes to mind.
Yeah.
All right, peep in the pits again. And we talked about the Pro Tour a little bit in that video earlier. Adam, what you got on the Pro Tour?
So the NHRL Pro Tour is new for this year. We're going to have several Pro Tour events. A lot of dig into the etymology of that pro and tour. That's interesting. Money, travel, we'll see. The top 8 bots from each open event qualify for these Pro Tour events. They're optional, you don't need to go, but you'll qualify for them by being in the top 8. The top 4 bots from any event, that includes the Opens and the Pro Tour events, qualify for the Pro World Championships at the end of this year. So if you make the top 4 in the Opens, you're in. If you don't, if you're in part of that top 8, you can go to those Pro Tour events, you make the top 4, you're in that way. The first Pro Tour event is going to be May 16th, right here at the House of Havoc. Qualified bots from today's event, the March event, and the April event will compete in Pro Tour 1. There'll be 3 events this year, May, July, and November, leading up to the Pro World Championships, December this year. It's gonna be exciting.
So from today alone, 12 bots are going to qualify for the Pro World Championship. And what is it? 24 bots are going to qualify for the Pro Tour in May. And loading into Cage 1. Right now we have Xenomorph in the black and green. And that's a lot of TPU in the orange. Xenomorph rocking that tower vert archetype. Big, tall, vertical spinner. That's a lot of TPU.
That is a lot of TPU for sure.
They are a lifter. Looking to flip Xenomorph as much as they possibly can.
Now, we saw a lifter fight earlier where the robot really wasn't using it, pulled it out of the way. This robot, I like the design here. It's designed to keep the robot with the lifter down and functional, right? They can run into you with the lifter ready to go.
5,
And the
4,
materiality is such that they
3,
can use
2,
it a lot more often and not risk it
Fight,
getting torn off. We'll see if they do here.
TPU definitely quicker out the gate, slamming Xenomorph
Big
into the wall.
slam, Xenomorph upside down. This is exactly what you want to do as a control bot. Get your opponent stuck. That's going to require an unstick. Here's the call. This is the attempt, and now they're unstuck, but that is their only unstick of the fight. See that little X next to their name disappearing, and they're stuck again. That could be it. That's a lot of TPU. 30 seconds into this fight, looks like they're going to get a knockout victory against Xenomorph if they can't vibrate off the wall.
It's wild. Control bots can still win.
The downside of a perfectly balanced weapon is you can't get yourself off the wall. They are stuck. KO victory. Amazing control performance from That's a Lot of TPU. Xenomorph has to be stunned, coming in as the 3 seed, losing to unseeded That's a Lot of TPU. So for everyone asking, what do control bots do in this new judges rule set that removed the control category? Well, the answer is you do that.
Yeah. You do what it takes to win, and that is putting your opponents into positions they cannot recover from.
Yeah, that is exactly what we're looking to see here at NHRL. Really dominant performance, effective use of your weapon. And, you know, we say cause harm. If this had gone to the judges, all those sticks that they were getting of Xenomorph upside down on the wall, that is causing harm. That's what we mean. Putting your robot in a worse position. I saw people in the chat saying, you know, maybe a better word for this is impairment. You want to impair your opponent, which I like that word too.
Just a lot of syllables.
It is a lot of syllables, but you know, we can go impair. Impair works as well. Yeah, put them in a worse spot than they started the engagement, or at least attempt to.
Yeah.
I saw a kid up in the pits walk by the pit table for That's a Lot of TPU, and I think his exact words were, "Wow, is that all TPU?" And yeah, it is. They had two of them sitting on the counter, and it's it looks like a 30. It's so big.
Yeah.
I talk about the arena scale for 12s being better for maneuverability. When you build a robot that's 3 feet wide, you're kind of changing the game a little bit there. But really, really well driven by them.
Dominant.
And you got to think they've got a shot at the dumpster today after a fight like that.
All right, so that is the first round of the 12-pound class. That is the first round of all the big bots. So we're going to head back to the 3-pounders. We're going to go to cage 2, where we can see Ghastly. Oh, we've got Caldera in the cage. Here comes Ghastly.
I always have to wait for like the next robot to get put in with Caldera to tell like, is that Caldera 12 or is that Caldera 3? I'm like, okay, that's the 3.
Bit of a mid-cutter mirror match here. Both horizontal spinners. Looks like Caldera might have a slightly larger blade. Maybe some a little thicker weapon supports. But similar design styles, similar build styles. Ghastly running the wedge in the back.
Yeah, I wonder, you think they'll go wedge first here against Caldera? Ooh, no, that's not how you want to start a fight. Coming right out of the gate with one wheel. That is going to be tough. Okay, so we're seeing Caldera drive weapon into the corner. I think they're going to power cycle here. So you get one power cycle, you get like a minute or two. Try and get your robot working. Oh, maybe not. Now Caldera driving back to the door. Let's see what they do here.
Maybe it's just for their weapon lock to go back in so that Ghastly can power cycle.
So Glenn mentioned to me that he's got a fan on his pit crew today who's been to every NHRL event of last year. Huge fan of Caldera. He brought him
I wonder
along.
if that's him there.
And he'll be with him today, arena side, getting a real up-close view of the robot in action. Just a huge Caldera fan, so it's real nice of Glenn.
That's
to bring him
awesome
along.
for that kid. I believe that's him cage side. Hoping for this fight to go down.
All right, weapon locks out.
Locks coming back out. I think it just did a quick re-sweep.
Yeah, it looked like there was a drill bit on the ground.
Well, that
where
means
came
a power of friendship
from.
fight.
Okay. I'm always a big Power of Friendship fan. But it looks like we still only got one wheel on Gasly.
But you never know. Maybe Caldera will fix that. Either.
Smack it back into action.
Five, four, three, two, one.
Fight, robots, fight.
Ooh, big smack off the back. Gasly not getting anything here. Can't really get fully up to speed. Frantically trying to do anything they can. Now they're up to speed. Wedge doing some work there.
Wedge did work there.
You can see the fan glass brought around, jumping up and down in the background. He's excited. Caldera doing his thing here. Bit by bit, taking off little chunks from Gasly into the wall. You can see that Gasly is really just on the defensive here, unable to really do much. Love the energy arena side. Oh,
All right,
big hit
Gasly.
from Gasly. This is Caldera, the number 1 seed today, going up against a 36 seeded Gasly on one wheel. And doing what they do best, Caldera just chipping away.
Yeah, you can see the outer perimeter of Gasly is starting to get gouged out at about Caldera height. Not a lot of drive coming from Gasly. Ref called for some motion. They gave a touch.
Here's some motion for you. Caldera not spinning. I think they're probably just being nice here, waiting for Gasly to move. This looks like it's going to be a count out. Gasly can't move. Oh, there's the unstick. Caldera very nice at giving them an unstick. Yeah. Here you go. I don't think they're stuck, though. So.
I don't think so either.
Love
what
the
else can
energy
you do?
from the super fan. He's got to be excited there for a tap out victory from his favorite robot, Caldera. Core memory unlocked here. I think we all remember being that age, first time we get to see robots just getting really excited.
There's not much else like that for a kid. It's like, it's like a cartoon in a way that's real life, but also it's like gnarly and cool and mechanical.
I like how accessible the sport still is. You know, you can be a fan and just come right on down arena side. Can't do that in F1.
No.
I guess if you're a billionaire, you can. But it's.
But
it's
most
nice
kids
to
aren't.
see.
Some more 3-pound action coming up. I see Chainsaw Kitty on the list. I see Anubis versus Berserker coming up. I'm looking forward to that one. Pipeline Punch versus Nitro Hornet. That's going to be a good one. Reigning champion Pinevictus versus Power On. That's going to be an awesome beater bar matchup. We've got Mako versus Knight, Titanium White, and Grand. Comet's coming back. Crab Rangoon, Sir Slicey, Golden Dumpster winner. We've got some good 3-pound matches coming up. Oh man, The Wall versus Warhard. Oh.
I am excited for some Titanium White action. I don't know if we're going to get it on stream or not. Always one of my favorite robots to pronounce.
What?
White.
It looks like it's. Oh, yeah, we're definitely going to see it on stream.
Yeah.
They're a flamethrower robot. That is a hack to get into Cage 2. Who do we have right now in Cage 2? It's Chainsaw Kitty. And that must mean that horizontal is Gremlin. Gremlin is a shuffling horizontal driven by Connor Middlebrooks.
Yeah, Chainsaw Kitty coming in ranked 6th, seeded 6th for this tournament, going up against an unseeded Gremlin out of Georgia.
I wonder if he has access to the Robo Jackets down there.
I wonder. It looks nasty. Yeah, this is their first event. They're sitting at 1-0. It looks heavy. It looks planted. You know, they're sitting on a 50% weight bonus here with the shuffler. So, you know, ranking aside, this is
5,
not an easy matchup
4,
for Chainsaw Kitty.
3, 2.
I expect
1.
Keziah to be box rushing
Fight,
with Chainsaw.
robots, fight.
Not so much. Oh, first hit sent Gremlin skyward. And is that a bent blade on?
Yeah, they are not spinning. That is going to be tough to come back from. Chainsaw Kitty now has the upper hand for 2 minutes and 40 seconds, and that's a tap out. They do not want to put up with that weapon for that amount of time.
That first hit.
Yeah, I don't know what broke. Something broke. Is it bent? Is it stuck against their frame?
There's something weird going on in that nose up there. I like their sticker though.
Doesn't quite look straight. I'm seeing a
Is that-
belt.
oh, the
Yeah,
belt is just
there's a belt completely entangled in that front pulley. Whew. Big hit. Those are the types of details, reliability things that you have to dial in over time with a new robot. You know,
Yeah.
belt tension, belt retainment. It's the little details that we could never see here on stream, and you're never going to know until you start building these. Just how to get that all
Adam,
right.
belt retention seems like really hard to get right. We are always seeing belts come off.
Yeah, yeah. You generally need some sort of idler pulley or an adjustment on your weapon motor to get that tension just right. We've seen a lot more people going with gears lately, honestly, in the pits. I see
Yeah.
even bigger robots are going with
I saw
custom
Xenomorph was
custom
running
gears. Yeah,
printed gears.
they're not efficient when you use a gear like that, but you know we're only in the arena for 3 minutes. Efficiency doesn't really matter. We need durability, reliability. Gears can have other issues. They can send shocks through your drivetrain, right? Belts tend to isolate that a bit more.
Okay,
But,
even like a toothed belt, like a timing belt.
It's still going to give you a little bit more isolation.
Okay.
But you know, GPU gears are also giving you some of that. So there's interesting material things at play here that you're never going to see industrial-wise or in industry that are happening in these robots for the unique use cases to avoid just what happened there with these belts coming out.
All right, that looks like Anubis and Berserker. This is a matchup of beautiful robots.
So this looks like it's going to be Anubis versus Berserker. Maybe you said that already. No vowels in Berserker. BRZRKR. Love the aesthetic here.
Me too.
Look at those
Mark
horns.
Hansberg built this one out of Hewitt, New Jersey. He's coming in as the 24th seed.
He catted those letters in on the back. That's,
Wow. Those horns, I believe, are just printed TPU,
5,
but they also
4,
act as the sort of
3,
bunny ears
2,
that keeps him
1.
from
Fight,
having the weapon
robots,
drag if
fight.
it's inverted. Form and function. Anubis, also a beautiful robot. Rocking that ribcage design. Really punchy.
Ooh, nice hit from Berserker there. Anubis sent flying around the arena, just getting back onto their wheels in time to avoid another hit. Oh, the weapon is down on Berserker right now. It is not down on Anubis, sending him into the ceiling. A little roof shot there. Berserker, what can they do? I'm hearing something kind of spin up. I wonder if it's another belt issue here.
I think that's Anubis's weapon.
Oh,
Like, prior to the impact, they're trying to rev it up.
could be. Oh, now it's quiet.
So,
Looks completely dead. Okay, drive came back. Oh, looks like they're having a little bit of issue with the wheels reaching the ground. We talked about the floor getting a bit chewed up, not being perfectly flat. Not a lot of ground clearance for Anubis when they're upside down and only 2 wheels in the back. Not a good time to lose your weapon. So we get into the end of the fight here. Condition-wise, at this point, both these robots are the same. It would come down to who's going to win that attack score. Once your weapons are down, the rules kind of change a little bit in attack. You can pin more, you can
Nice.
slam more, you can
Anthony
get attack
able to
points out.
right Anubis.
Ooh, great
Berserker
little flip there
able
for
to flip him.
Berserker. Seem to also flip themselves. That's yeah, there you go. Nice little self-righting horns. Anubis is not having fun driving upside down. They just get themselves back over, and Berserker says, not so fast. That could really help them out in an eventual judge's decision here, although Anubis was racking up the points with Berserker's weapon down early. A pin here from Berserker. Now, there is no style category in the judge's decision. And Berserker now flipped Anubis back. That could be a bit of a disadvantage unless they think, hey, I can flip him over again. Just showing off. But now they're getting pushed around a little bit. Anubis coming back here, shoving Berserker into the corner. Berserker spins out of the way. Very evenly matched here. Both robots just like sliding
Locking
across the
horns
ground.
here.
Nobody here using cleats, just a coefficient of friction battle.
All right, that one's gonna go.
Oh, this is the prove it period, so we haven't had a judge's decision in a while. You get to show off what's working, what's not working, and no robot spins up. That means they're both gonna go in pretty even here in condition. This is gonna come down. Who is gonna win? Attack. This prove it period here at the end of the fight is really important. It shows the judges, what's working, what's not working. Earlier today we had Bean Supreme winning a fight because, they had a better condition at the end here in that prove it period. Of course, in this fight, no one able to show a better condition, pretty much confirming it's going to come down to attack. That's a tough one. I don't know how they're going to call it.
This is a tough one for the judges for
That's
sure.
what the judges need to use their judgment, as they say. And I definitely had to think that Berserker was on the wrong end early, losing their weapon and getting tossed around by Anubis. But this latter half of the fight, Berserker doing quite well. And then Anubis evening it up right at the end. 10 seconds. That's tight.
All right, we got a battery swap happening on the house spot there. Brett's getting some new energy. Tristan on cage crew today. Somehow fits into cage 3.
We got to switch up in the booth. We got Dima on the mic.
What's up, Dima?
Nothing much. Just at my favorite place on earth.
Oh.
In my favorite chair on earth, the left chair in the commentary
Oh,
booth.
yeah, that is nice. That is nice, yeah. The right chair, it's okay.
Right chair is all right, but I'm a turbo lefty.
All right, it looks like we have Pine Victus and Power On loading up in cage 2 right now. Reigning champion Pine Victus. Alex Wayne.
In terms of vert style and configuration, one might call this a mirror match. Depending on what other sort of games or sports you play, one might call this a ditto. We're in wide, big egg beater dittos with the little forks on either side.
What would you call it, Dima?
I prefer the term mirror match because it sounds a little more serious.
A little less Pokemon-y?
A little less Pokemon-y. I like that. I just said Pokemon-y.
Pine Victus, the reigning champion, but coming in as the 8th seed for this tournament. Power On from Max Reynes, the 29th seed.
I love when seeding works out like that because there's still you just won a Golden Brett. You won the entire season, but there's still more to prove.
Right?
Yeah. There's always more goals to shoot for in this and maybe any sport.
Because there's the ones you can set for yourself as well.
It's true.
Like, I want to learn pneumatics or something like that.
I really, really want to learn shufflers in 2026.
Nice.
It's
just in time.
That's
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
We're off. Got that beautiful harmony. Oh, what a hit from the sky. Pine Victus came down onto Power On. Lost a wheel in the process.
Power On sort of got rolled up the cage.
Wow. 3-pound physics are weird.
They sure are. They both have similar weapons, but it looks like Pine Victus is just getting way more bite per shot.
You think that's drivetrain related?
I think so. I think that speaks to Pine Victus's extremely fast drive.
Just taking a shot to Brett there as well. Power On no longer spinning. Beater bar's looking a bit crooked, and he's a hat!
This fight has it all.
Oof.
Oh, I don't know how many more shots Power On could even take.
Every time he came down from the ceiling, he had less parts attached.
See wheels coming off. We see white parts of the chassis flaking off. The top plate was not sitting flush on the robot any longer. At some point, you got to make the decision.
Wow. Power On's a scary robot, too. Just dismantled. Battery all out.
Guts are out of the robot. I didn't even see that battery until now. Yeah, you got to tap out when your bot can't move anymore. There's a little bit of an adage that I've said to people I've coached in the past that's something like, if you're in the cage and you are driving, you got to drive like it's winnable no matter what. Even if your weapon's down, even if you've got half drive, whatever, you got to drive like you can win. And as soon as you feel like it's totally not winnable, then you got to tap out.
Yeah, you play to your outs.
Always play to your outs, and if you really truly believe that there's no outs, then why are you driving? Then it's the tap out.
Yeah,
situation.
the out is the repairs that you're gonna do in the pits for your next fight.
Playing to your out in that regard is playing to the next fight. And sometimes that's a decision you have to make.
It's hard to make decisions like that in the moment, though, is it not?
Of course it is. That's the beauty of the sport, though, and the sort of fast on your feet thinking that is required. Not just, okay, where do I need to be in the cage to score a big hit on my opponent next? It's also, what is going to happen in the next fight that I might have to be ready for that dictates how I drive right now in this moment, in this fight. There's multiple different driving styles that can apply to that too. There's some drivers who are locked in and only thinking about what's happening in those 3 minutes in the cage. And then there are drivers who are a little bit zoned out in those 3 minutes because they're thinking 5 fights ahead. Everybody's different.
You think some folks are thinking about their last fight when they're in the cage?
It's got to be, right? But I don't know how good that strategy is to dwell.
Oh, I don't know. If you learn stuff in your last fight, it might be helpful. I'll be like, oh, I better not approach from this angle because that's how his horizontal catches my wedge every time.
Might call that style a studier.
Studier. You study?
No,
You vibe it out?
Listen. Don't be like me, anybody listening here, but I'm so bad with my homework. I don't do my homework in anything. It's my worst habit. Don't be like me. Be like me in any other regard you want, but just do your homework, guys, okay? It's true of all my hobbies. Robots, Tekken. There's so many, all that frame data I don't know because I won't do my darn homework.
Yeah, you're not studying spreadsheets?
I should be. People, I'll say, send me that spreadsheet so I can do the homework, and then they send it to me, and I never open it again. I stick it in the back of my backpack, and I don't look at it until after the semester's over.
All right, looks like we've got some new bots starting to load into Cage 2. I believe that is Grand right there with the beater bar going up against Titanium White with the dual torches.
I've already seen Titanium White today, but Fire is always so exciting, so I'm just as hyped to see them now as I was, a couple hours ago.
Just as hyped.
Just as hyped.
And how did they do in their first match, Dima?
Well, it was Mako, and Mako has a really great matchup, especially with the multi against these sort of robots, where if you're not trying to disable Julian's saw, or you're not able to take the saw out of the equation, he might eventually find that lineup for a big one-hit KO that he was looking for.
Yeah.
Instead of getting a one-hit KO, he did get a bunch of deep cuts. You got to think that this is a different chassis than the one that we saw in the first fight, because that first one got cut up by Mako. I'm interested to see what the wedge does here. I would have thought that this kind of vert would have forks on it.
Right. Generally, folks are only running wedges like that against horizontal spinners.
Maybe they think it blocks flame.
Maybe their forks were TPU.
Interesting. I did not think of that. That's a really good point. If you typically run plastic forks and you don't have metal forks for your weight configuration or whatever, then or you just don't have them that day, then you kind of want to run as much metal as possible against a flamethrower like Titanium White.
They have definitely done their aluminum tape as well on those uprights.
Uprights where the belts are housed, definitely want to protect those against flame. Titanium White is pretty low profile, especially for a flamethrower with the wheels housed inside of the robot. It has a tendency to find itself driving comfortably.
3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Oh yeah, fast out that corner.
Maybe it gets knocked around, but there's
Quick
the
on the torches. A great pin from Titanium White.
This is exactly what you don't want to be, with the flamethrower pinning you and just blasting you with flame for the full 10 seconds of that pin.
This is what Titanium White doesn't want.
Doesn't want to get knocked around.
Ground on their broadside.
At least when inverted, Titanium White is still touching the ground with its wheels. It can still drive as normal, but you don't want to get juggled.
Looks like only one torch is active on Titanium White right now. And he's a hat.
Brett sort of doesn't want to let you stay as a hat, so keeps the fight moving, knocking Titanium White back onto the ground.
I thought Brett was more fashionable than that.
Yeah, one torch is still active. You can see the flame right there burning the other side of Grand.
A lingering flame.
Hard to see if it's doing any damage yet, but one thing about flame is it is cumulative. 10 seconds of burn here and 10 seconds of burn there. Maybe it's the third 10 seconds of burn that really starts to make things melt. Okay, let's see that. That's an unstick request. Let's see the house spot move and let him get free.
John giving a hand.
One might say that.
Ooh.
This is
Ooh,
bad.
that is a bad position to land in.
The unstick has already been called for. It doesn't have another one.
Grant's not helping this time.
Tap out.
Yeah. Going for a tap out instead of waiting for the KO counter. That loss must hurt a little bit. They did what they wanted to do too, but
Yeah.
they got the pins and they got the flames, but Grant's hits were exactly what they wanted. Not only were they knocking Titanium White around and not letting them dictate the pace of the match, they were also getting what appeared to be significant damage and forcing Titanium White into really bad positioning where they needed to use an unstick. And then when they needed a second one, matter was already over.
Those flat sides on Titanium White did him dirty. All right, I see next up after this fight in Cage 2, we've got Crab Rangoon, our true walker, our most victorious true walker in all of NHRL history. With one win.
If anybody is watching now and didn't see Crab Rangoon's fight earlier, I keep saying this, but it's not any less true. You are in for yet another treat. Yet another cheesy, cream cheese-filled, crunchy treat. It's not just like a feat of engineering. It's not just really cool to watch. It's not just like beautiful in motion, beautiful pictures. Oh, sorry to interrupt myself, but we can see some melting on Grand.
Some TPU cookery.
That's the effect of that flame that you saw. A couple more pins.
Yeah.
And a couple more sort of like blasts of fire, and that'll be melted so bad that the wheels are stuck completely.
Yeah. But they did what they needed to not get melted so bad.
It was a good fight. It's nice to see both bots do exactly what you said, just do what they want to do, execute properly on their strategy, and then it is a matter of who can execute their strategy stronger, faster, what have you.
There it be. Crab Rangoon, the red robot with legs.
I'm also partial, I say all the time, I'm partial to robots that look biological and creature-like. I'm also partial to the sort of like monochrome designs that you see.
This was a touch of both.
It's a really pretty robot. And you got the eyes on top, which are not just for decoration to make it look more like a crab.
Yeah, we saw them come into the play in Eli's first fight with Crab Rangoon when Comet was able to invert Crab Rangoon, and Eli just flopped his legs the other direction and kept on going, getting more hits, using those eye stalks to keep the belly, or I guess the carapace off the ground.
I better see crab rave emoji spam in the chat.
Oh, the chat for the first fight was nothing but crab emojis.
No matter the outcome. It looks so funny when his legs are splayed out like that. It's like laying down. But there is, I apologize, I don't want to seem biased. There's just a lot to say about Crab Rangoon. But who is its opponent?
Shoddy's girlfriend?
I don't know the story or the lore behind this name, but it's kind of catchy.
Shoddy is the driver, and this is his girlfriend.
That's what I assume, but I never want to assume too much in matters of girlfriends. Classic two-wheel style vert design. A little bit bigger wheels than you tend to see on those kinds of verts. Really compact looking. It looks like it has a strong ground game, but how much does that ground game matter against Crab Rangoon?
Ooh, it doesn't.
So Comet in its fight against Crab Rangoon lost its weapon on a bad first engage, so to speak. Crab Rangoon's weapon is big, and don't be fooled by the fact that it walks around like a crab. That weapon is terrifying, and you really don't want to go weapon to weapon
Thick,
with it.
it's heavy, spins fast.
It's thick, it's heavy, it spins fast. Anything that you would want out of a horizontal. So Shoddy and his girlfriend might want to try to cut angles just to avoid that weapon. Oh, and it started to move, and we start moving. I'm speechless. It's really hard to it's hard to say anything. Look at it.
Oh, are they switching corners?
Are we making them switch corners just so that we can see it walk extra? Oh my goodness. You can make it, buddy. Come on.
Come on, then, little crab.
Just a little more. Ah, there we go. Then we turn around. There we got his little butt plate shaking towards the camera.
The reverse.
Got a little weapon check. Oh.
Hi, everyone.
Hi, everybody.
Hi, Crab Rangoon.
All right. Now we boss up. Now we go serious mode. now we go into default position. Yeah, that's the thing. Its default position is very stanced. You might not be able to tell anybody if you can't get a good camera angle on, especially when it's spinning. But that blade is shaped like a crab
5,
claw.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
All right, here we go. He's not just going to wait for you to come to him. He's going to amble at you. All right, Shoddy realizes and has decided, let me get around that weapon. Let me use the fact that I have wheels to my advantage.
All right, he's under the impression that it might be easier with the weapon not spinning.
Yeah, just sort of avoiding his own gyro. Eli turning as fast as he can to not let that happen. Doing a great job of staying square. You know, you got to point your weapon at the opponent, even if you walk around like a crab. And his weapon hasn't spun down at all. It's spinning.
It's spinning. It's just so quiet.
It must be really dialed in.
Which is pretty impressive for a crab claw, finding that center of mass.
Yeah, for everything else going on with the robots. Okay, Shoddy.
Shoddy's scared.
You don't look very aggressive right now. Doesn't look like you're on the attack. Looks like you're playing.
He's crab intimidated. Crab intimidated. Oh no! That'll grow back. That'll grow back in the next molt.
Walking pretty proficiently without that leg, sort of dangling off a little bit. You can see it by its wires. Okay, Shoddy, that was great for harming Crab Rangoon's condition, but you know, if I'm judging, I want to see you attack a little more than that.
They've got a minute or so.
There you go. Now that leg is fully off.
Fully off. Still able to.
Why are you
crab
stopped?
walk?
Why are you stopped though? Are you afraid of the crab? No, he is not.
I mean, their strat is decent. It's working. Better than Comet strat.
Still walk with the back legs with the sort of, you know, under part of the chassis touching the ground.
Now it's got a bit of a scoot.
Crab Rangoon wants to score, obviously, at least one big hit before the fight is over. It's really cute.
Okay, still has one leg.
This is, okay, Shoddy's doing a great job of picking the legs apart one by one.
Now it's mobile.
"15 seconds, and I think Crab Rangoon can kind of only go in a circle. The True Walker is, if you take every leg off a True Walker, it is a walker in name only.
I wonder if it makes weight without the legs.
Shoddy really used the full 3 minutes and took a lot of time in between shots, but when he did pick a shot, a leg came off.
That
Every
was
time.
precise. I mean,
That's precision.
we wanted more impacts, but he played it right.
He did play it right. He took no damage, which also matters for the rest of the
Yeah.
tournament.
That was really well driven. Oh,
A little bit of a boss fight, feels like. You went in and you gotta
Yeah.
It's big. It's bigger than you, and you got to target its weak points.
And those glowing orbs only appeared on the legs in that specific sequence, you know?
Yeah, he had to wait for the legs to start glowing orange.
All right, Crab Rangoon still has one more fight in the prelims here.
That does go to the judges, and I don't want. I never want to assume a judge's scoring.
There's no way, Dima.
I know.
He didn't hit him once.
That's correct. I just, yeah, assuming that Crab Rangoon's record is now 1-1, he's got another chance, another fight that he has to win to make it in bracket. But so far, even with that 1-1 record, he is, as you said, so far, NHRL's most winningest true walker.
Yeah.
Already the achievement has been made. Already there's an achievement under Eli's belt with that robot.
There's so much room for improvement. It came out the bat like real good, real cool, but like just on the software side alone, the different gates that he's capable of programming into Crab Rangoon, and like now he knows that his legs can get knocked off. He can accommodate that in software. So say it's missing its front right, flips a switch on his transmitter, or it automatically happens, and the walking system adjusts.
That's super interesting. It's also, of course he's going to keep iterating on it, but I hadn't even considered from the software perspective. Not only that, but like, there's times when you say, okay, my true walker's working perfectly fine and it's great in the test box, and then it's walking a little funky in the actual cage. But both fights that we saw, it walked properly.
And that was just with TPU feet. Like, you don't see people running TPU tires. It's not the most traction-y style of plastic. He could switch to silicone tips or maybe even some form of cleat. So, excited for the future of Crab Rangoon.
Their first fight. I don't know about you, but I'm excited about the present of Crab Rangoon. Their first fight was absolute fire today.
Yeah, it really was, and I liked that one too.
That wasn't bad, yeah. The weapon went down, they lost a little arm. That was more in line with what I thought their first fight was going to be. I was quite surprised to see them be so dominant in that first fight. Speaking of fire, we got Clyde going up against Voxel V1. You gotta love it when the Shore family gets out there.
And, I like the Browns as well.
Yeah, Gabe and Alex are good dudes all the way around. And Clyde's looking absolutely beautiful today. Look at those googly eyes.
He looks shocked.
Shocked to be here. Yeah, you're right. There's a lot more white in those googly eyes. They do look very shocked. Clyde putting on a fantastic performance, getting their 5th career knockout at this event earlier today. 5 knockouts and you're a flamethrower. That's crazy numbers.
It really is. Only flamethrower to win a dumpster.
Yeah. Big wide drum on Voxel V1. Looking nice in that white plastic.
Is this a flamethrower, Kyle?
This is Clyde. Alex and Gabe Brown bringing this Clyde from Team Too Hot to Handle, appropriately named team.
Just looking inside of Clyde, and it is an interesting looking flamethrower mechanism.
4, 3, 2.
They've really done a lot of work to
Fight.
overpower it,
Robots
for the air mix in it to be perfect.
Oh, a little fart there. I don't think it's supposed to do that.
Yeah, fire goes the wrong way in Clyde sometimes. Wow, they
Yeah,
just
it's,
lost an eye.
And I lost a little bit more than that as it was completely immobile for about 10 seconds there, close to getting counted out.
Just a little shell shock. Getting smacked in the face. Oh, there goes the other eye just rolling around on the arena floor.
But the flames are back. Maybe the eyes were
blocking
holding us
the
back.
flame. Yeah, maybe. Clyde produces some of the biggest fire we see at NHRL.
Look at the flame. They're going to melt our camera, Kyle.
We don't need it anyway. It's fine.
We've got a whole day of fighting left. It's still on fire. The camera's on fire. Oh.
And we cut away from that shot because the camera's on fire. The camera's gone.
I'm hearing the camera's gone.
We don't need it anymore. That's fine. Look at this nice pin and cook here. Now, if you have an active weapon that can work in the pin, then pins are perfectly appropriate. So flamethrowers, pinning them against the wall and burning them up, totally allowed. Hammer saw, pinning them against the wall and
there is
burning them up,
flaming
totally
debris
allowed.
in the side of the arena. Just gone out. Voxel is not having fun.
At some point last season, they really improved the flamethrower mechanism in Clyde, and it took them a while to kind of get the body to catch up to that innovation. They were melting themselves pretty often throughout the day.
Yeah, see, they have like a little sort of spring steel kind of heat deflector at the front.
Yeah.
Mostly TPU, I believe, chassis.
Wow, and you can see that weapon spinning, kind of sucking the. Well, that was lovely.
Voxel looks pretty dead. You can see the wheels spinning. I don't think they're touching the ground anymore. Great shot here. We might lose another camera.
And yeah, they might be dead. I do see that little bit of twitch.
They're requesting the unstick. Clyde says, I'll keep you stuck a little longer. Flaming the house robot now. Clyde, come on. What'd he do to you?
Clyde fully embracing the heel persona, just blocking the housebot Brett from doing their job, and coming right back in with another pin and burn. As the mobility seems to be really limited now on Voxel V1, Clyde really able to take full advantage.
The flames have gone out here on Clyde with 5 seconds left to go. And a lot of times these flamethrowers do run out of fuel. That could be what happened here. You can see the fan there on the back of Clyde. The blower for the flame system, getting that air mix just right.
That's really the trick of the flamethrowers. If you can get that oxygen to fuel ratio perfect, you could really throw some heat.
Yeah, there's a few tricks. I mean, the fans are one. Keeping your fuel from like freezing up is another.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's tricky.
But Gabe's done a really good job with his bot.
You can see Clyde itself is very melted there.
Yeah, it gets a little warpy in the middle after a long flight.
Great shot there. Zoom out and see all the heat reflective aluminum tape around the arena.
We do have a fight going on in Cage 5 that'll be pretty interesting to watch. We've got more 30-pound action coming your way with Emperor taking on Quack. Quack looking ridiculous at this event. Various weapon modules that they can place on that robot, and
Look
it looks
this shot
futuristic and
here.
cool.
Look how toasty.
Yeah, they
that
had to
situation
pry
is.
the melted bits apart.
Now Clyde is such a neat, very asymmetric robot. You might ask, why is the flame over there? That's because the entire other side of the robot is fuel tank.
Yep. Yeah, they've maximized the amount of fuel we allow.
Yeah. I had to pry them apart to turn them off. Now we'll finally be able to get them off. But we have some really great shots of just the carnage that's able to be unleashed by these flames. These aren't just for looks. These flames are a powerful weapon in the arena.
Yeah, they got a knockout earlier today.
Yeah. I've actually been wondering, are flames overpowered at this point in the rules? Are they the real meta? Is it just taking people a while to catch up? Because they are a bit complicated, difficult to build, different from building other types of weapons. More akin to building like a pneumatic flipper of old or so. Is that difficulty barrier the only thing keeping us from just a flame meta?
Well, I mean, I think there was an argument to be made for overhead attack style robots, but yeah, there's one disadvantage for that overhead attack style robot is that oftentimes you have to throw your weapon down into a spinning weapon of your opponent. That's not something you have to worry about with a flamethrower. You can throw that into the spinning weapon all you want.
Yeah, the ranged attack of a flame is a huge advantage. Hammers and overhead attack spinners have a ranged attack, which is great. But flames have a much better one.
Yeah.
The flame doesn't break when you send it, like you're saying. And with the new pin rules, with the new attack rules, you're just kind of getting attack points a lot. If you run out of flame, there's an interesting quirk in the rules where that doesn't count as damage. You run out of battery on a spinner, that's damage. You run out of gas in your flamethrower, that doesn't count as damage. We do that because we do artificially limit the fuel. There is a maximum that you can't have more, even if you had wanted it. So that's kind of a mechanism to make up for that. But it is an advantage that these flamethrowers get, and I do wonder if we're going to see more this year. They are really fun to watch. So.
Well, that's the thing, right? A big focus in the rule changes every year, but especially this year, was to make the fights fun, make the fights more entertaining than what we already have. And flamethrowers make for fun fights. Almost every time a flamethrower fight is a fun fight.
I'm sure the cage managers wouldn't love a flame meta. But
we also have to move our audience back away from the cages every time there's a flame fight.
A lot of rules with the flames. Fire marshals here for safety. We have negative pressure on the flame boxes to pull the fumes out. Does make for great fights. Going over to the big box here.
Yeah, cage 1. Looks like we're going to get Emperor and Quack loading in. Quack is a really cool modular robot that can change out the weapon type on it very easily just by unbolting and bolting on the new piece.
Interesting change in the rules this year. We still allow modular weapons, basically the same rules as always there, but we no longer allow modular drive or archetype changes. Not many, if any, people were really taking advantage of the ability to do that. But if you have a big wheel vert, you can't change it into a four-wheel vert, basically. You'd have to stay big wheel. But you could change it to a big wheel hammer if you want. So weapon modularity is still allowed.
Which is good. I like a good modular weapon robot. It's always interesting to see what they'll bring out.
It's interesting. I do think that if you weren't allowed to have configurations of any kind, if you had to kind of bring a robot and could only swap out equal parts, F1 style rules, that we would have really a big change in the meta because you would stop being able to have these kind of defenses for every robot type. I think it might open up, different metas, different strategies. I don't know where it would go, but I think it could be cool. But of course, configurations are a huge part of the game, and removing them would be a big change. So we still allow weapon configurations, armor configurations, but we try to keep the archetype the same, that drive and general proportion of the robot, so that you can at least tell who it is through the season.
Man, but being able to swap out the weapons really can almost change the archetype, right? Like, if you have a modular weapon system, who's to stop you from turning your spinner into a flamethrower?
That's a good point.
By the way, Quack team, I fully expect to see flamethrower module next event that you guys come to.
We were joking that if there weren't a fuel limit on the flames, we could turn Drift into a robot with a 40-pound flame mechanism, which would be quite fun. But unfortunately, they don't let us put that much fuel in the robot, so we won't be doing it.
I mean, there's reasons for that.
Yeah. I mean, we might need more than a 15-foot clear zone around the arena if we ran that much fuel. But, you know, we get a little bunker somewhere and have some fun.
So Emperor at one point was probably the biggest horizontal spinner in the game here at NHRL.
It's still pretty big.
It's still a pretty big boy. They've worked a lot on reliability in the off-season with this robot. It's one of those things where when it's working and it hits, that thing is devastating. Ooh. But it doesn't always work, and it doesn't always hit. So hopefully they've shook out those gremlins.
See those feet sticking up to the top there? Those are the shufflers. This robot kind of walks. It's not a true walker. It's using motors to power those. But through a series of cams, it makes the feet move around. And that gives them a 50% weight bonus. They weigh 45 pounds, heaviest robot here today, going up against Quack, or traditional four-wheel drive vertical beater bar robot.
In this configuration, they also have an undercutter. They have disc,
4,
and they have a
3,
really cool aesthetic.
2, I do like their aesthetic. It looks like a. Okay.
Wow!
Wow.
Quack is not afraid of Emperor's weight advantage, taking it right to him. And now it is a lot quieter in that arena.
Yeah, is that a belt?
That is a belt, but
whose belt?
I think something on Quack is not right. That loud rev was them in the beginning, and now I'm hearing that quiet power of Emperor.
Ooh, little wisp of smoke coming out of Emperor there.
That could be Emperor's weapon, which spun up slower that second time and doesn't seem to be doing anything right now.
Yeah, something in there got tweaked or torqued. A lot of activity outside of the box, a lot of pointing and shouting.
And it looks like the second half, or the second two-thirds of this fight, might not be quite as explosive as the first 5 seconds, as both weapons seem to be performing worse. Emperor still spinning, but not nearly as fast as at the beginning. Emperor, the number 2 seed today. Quack unseeded. Putting up a good fight. You have to release by 10 in the pins now this year. Can't release at 10 as people used to do last year. We mentioned you're not supposed to do weaponless pins, but if your weapon is down, you are allowed to start pinning again. Emperor not really moving here. Their feet were moving, but seem to have been high-centered.
Yeah, I think all of Emperor is pretty just torqued.
Yeah, the weapon is spinning. That's going to get them a decent amount of condition points versus Quack's, which isn't spinning at all. But it's not really doing any damage. It's not spinning like it's supposed to. It's very intermittent.
And I wonder how much friction is kind of on that system and on that motor.
Look at Quack shoving Emperor around. Emperor weighs 45 pounds. Quack only weighs 30. And Emperor has cleats on the feet. And then Quack is shoving them like nothing. That is some power.
And that front pivot point on the weapon, that just kind of gets drug along the floor. That's just kind of like a smoothed out piece of plastic that they kind of glide around on.
Yeah.
There's a lot of friction to the floor for Emperor that they're just pushing around.
Emperor calling for the unstick. Quack trying to get in the way here. That is allowed. You can interfere with the unstick. It's only a 20-second unstick request. No guarantees. Of course, the house robot weighs, what, 400 pounds, Kyle? So
we add 100 pounds every time we talk about that robot.
So Quack has a lot of work cut out for him if they were going to try and stop Flo, but let Flo do her work. Flo being very gentle here, oddly gentle. He would have expected a big smack. Emperor looks like their batteries are dead now, the feet barely moving.
We've come to the end. Decent showing for both teams.
Well, it seems like, guess we're going to get a judge's decision. I was joking, we have knockouts, tap-outs. This is a judge's out. We're going to do a judge's out now. And see what we come back with. I have to think Quack's going to take that one. At the end of the fight, it looked like Emperor was completely dead. No weapon, no drive, unable to move. That's going to be basically 0 condition points. And at that point, attack doesn't even matter. But
Yeah.
I would probably give attack to Quack as well. Pretty dominant performance. And what a first hit. I think we might see a reel of that one later today. That was powerful.
Luckily, Quack has a lot of other weapon modules they can swap in. We're going to get to see Gord back here in a few minutes. Gord is a fun vertical spinning robot with some big hits earlier today going up against Fish. They'll be going up against the reigning, defending 30-pound world champion, Kazaa Light. Coming back today for 2 fights so far. They're scheduled for a 1 o'clock and I believe a 3 o'clock. Just trying to qualify for the World Championships early so they can defend that golden Brett that they brought home just a few months ago.
That will be fun. Speaking of flame fights, Kazaa Light has the most flame of anyone in this tournament, and they know how to use it. Very effective flaming multi-bot. 2 equally sized robots means Kazaa Light gets a multi-bot bonus. They both weigh 20 pounds, going up against a 30-pound Gord. That'll be a good one, though the extra weight doesn't get them any extra flame. We mentioned there's still the same flame limit for Kazaa Light. Now, I saw some people in the chat comment, why do we let people interfere with the house robot when an unstick is requested? The way I always explain this is that when you request an unstick from the house robot's effectively on your team for 20 seconds.
Yeah.
Like you're a multi-bot. And the same way in which you could interfere with the other half of a multi-bot you're facing, you can interfere with the house robot. Same rules. And in the same way that multi-bot half would fight back, the house robot can fight back against you. And it weighs, what, 500 pounds, Kyle?
Yeah, 555 pounds.
Yeah, and so, that's a lot of weight you got to go up against if you try to interfere. So interfere at your own risk, and the house robot gets progressively more aggressive as those 20 seconds go on. And we've seen it crush a fair few robots that have tried to interfere with it. But interfering with it is a legitimate strategy in the same way as fighting any other multi-bot would.
We've even seen some competitors be able to lift and even flip the house robot from time to time.
Yeah, a flip is truly impressive. We also have a prize here. I think it's $1,000 if you're able to turn off the house robot. If you can hit that switch in the back and turn it off, you get $1,000. I think it's happened 2 or 3 times.
Yeah, we've actually had to improve the tension on those switches because it was happening a little bit too much one season. So now it's a little bit more challenging, still doable, but a little bit more challenging to flip the switch on a Brett or a Flo.
We often have thought about making, a mini-bot whose only purpose is to turn it off. We go in, we fight a fight, it's like whatever, we just want to get $1,000 a fight, just kind of like turn it off every time. It's harder than it seems to make a robot that would be able to do that.
On a moving target, yeah, for sure. So that's right, we've got Kazaa Light going up against Gord coming up. We've got Phenomenon taking on Macabot. Buzzkill will be going up against Caldera 12. It's gonna be a good day. Look at the size of that guy. Gord is just a giant vertical spinner. Cool theming. I like it. You can't see some of it now because it's covered up in that reflective gold high heat tape.
That's the fancy stuff, Kyle. We see a lot of people running the silver. And the silver, I sometimes wonder, does it do anything? It's basically just aluminum with adhesive on the back. But the gold, that tends to have a little layer in the middle of fiberglass or some sort of insulative property. So you get the reflective features of the gold foil on the outside. That's going to repel that kind of like radiating heat from the weapon. And then you get that insulative layer that keeps it from getting on your robot. So that is actually fairly effective heat reflective tape. Now, they don't have a lot of it on their robots on the outside perimeter, and I'm seeing some holes in there inside the weapon frame. That's where Kazaa Light does its work, right in the center of your robot. They just get in there and all the juicy bits warm up. So we'll see.
There's a no fire sticker on there.
Kazaa Light's such a simple robot. You look at this thing, it's like an AR-500 welded little ring frame, some plastic on the top and bottom, and boy, is it nasty. Simple forks, but they are really able to take advantage. You see all those little pink parts at the top of the forks in the front. Those are little keep-away prongs that keep you at a distance. You'll see those on most ranged attack robots, overhead saws, hammers. Verts don't run those. They need to get up close, so you'll see smooth forks when you look at the front of a Vert, trying to get you up and onto their weapon. But flamethrowers, they want you nice and far away. Keep that weapon at a safe distance on the other robot.
The big secret of Kazaa Light's success, Josh Reinhardt has his favorite driving partner with him today, Peter Garnache of Repeat Robotics. The two of them have won dumpsters together. They've won the World Championship together last season. And their teamwork and coordination is just excellent. One of their most used strategies is like a flame tornado effect. They'll get you pinned on either side with these big long forks, so you are just high centered on 4 forks, and they will each simultaneously blast that flame at each other, creating this kind of convex heat in the middle between the flames that your bot is just stuck in. Getting all the bots fired up and ready to go.
Yeah, at this point, as a driver, as a builder, you're sitting there, it's like kind of maximum tension, you're excited. Are you nervous? I've had teammates, in this moment, they're like, I need to go to the bathroom. It's like, you just went to the bathroom. Kind of vibe. It messes with your head, your body, all the tension in the lead up to a big fight.
Yeah, the ability to kind of maintain your cool as the competition gets stiffer, as the crowd gets bigger.
Yeah, the mental aspect of the game is a big one. This is an early day fight. Is this the first fight for either of them or second?
Second fight for Gord, and first fight for Kazaa. Kazaa got a bye in their first round because,
Yeah, well,
they're
number
Kazaa
one.
Light.
Yeah. So, early fight, still got a little bit of nerves getting ready. Middle of the day, you're feeling great. And then as we get toward the end of the day, prime time, that's all the nerves for a different reason. Like you're saying, the house is bumping, they're packed, fans are screaming, and then you're getting nervous all over again. So roller coaster of emotions for any team that can make it late in the day. But early day fight here. First one for Kazaa Light, and everyone looking forward to see how do the reigning world championships come back for 2026 with Kazaa Light.
So interesting, that 30-pound weight class has been dominated for so long by Emulsifier, and then, Jameson Go and Megatron. Seeing a completely different bot type, a completely different archetype from a different part of the country come in and take that golden Brett this year was amazing to see.
Yeah,
I
I
was
said
looking
this-
at those World Championship banners this morning and laughing because it was just the same names over and over again, and then Kazalite.
Yeah, we said this earlier today. Who would have thought at this point last year Kazaa Light and Multibot Flamethrower being the champions?
Fight, robots, fight.
Let's see if they can repeat this season. As flipped right off the bat by Gord. You know, if you're a Burt, you got to take out one of these robots quickly, because if they can team up on you, you are done for. And Gord here is trying everything they can to get one of them stuck. They are now on the wrong end of those flames. It looks like Kazaa Light is having a bit of an issue with one of their flamethrowers now. Oh, now they got both of them working.
Nice pin, nice cook.
Kazaa Light very durable, but you can damage them. Gord not spinning anymore right now.
Yeah, pretty hard to do the damage, eh? Pretty
Yeah.
hard to damage up.
Oh, and there's the tap out. Something was wrong with that weapon, and they didn't want to take another 2 minutes of flames. Kazaa Light's going to start their run in 2026 with a tap out right off the bat. I don't even think that fight lasted a minute. What's interesting about Kazaa Light and any of these ranged weapon robots, they don't really need to win the ground game in the same way that a spinner does. They just need to get entangled. That's all they need. You know, they were getting hit a couple times there. They don't want that, but they don't need to get under and so much. You know, Vert really needs to win the ground game. These types of robots just need to tie the ground game.
So we've got Macabot and Phenomenon coming up pretty soon. Gremlin will be back, taking on Scrambled Egg.
Do you think there's anyone out there who's found a belt material, like a secret belt material that can withstand these flames and just hasn't told anyone yet?
No. That'd be cool.
It's one of those details, you know, we talked about belts, gears, and such earlier. Flames really take advantage of belts, pulleys. They heat them up. They grow a little bit. You can see how loose those belts are. Seemingly just came off the pulley. It's just completely detached on the inside from the heat of Kazaa Light. It's the stuff that you don't really think about, and it's hard to defend against with flames. They just get in there and everything grows a little bit. That expansion from the heat. Bushings can gall up and get stuck. Parts change a little bit, don't spin as freely or come loose entirely. Overheat. A lot of these robots are running on edge. You know, you have your speed controller maxed out. And those flames come in and they put you 5-10 degrees hotter. Boom, now it's overheating. Now you're intermittent. The same robot that was perfectly maxed out is now over the limit because of this just slight increase in temperature in there from the flames. Or sometimes not so slight.
Yep.
So it's not just the melting of the armor and all the things that we try to add, the gold tape. It's all those internal bits that can be exposed and changed that are just hard to defend.
Really tests your soldering ability too. If you're not very good at soldering, that flamethrower is going to figure that out.
Ugh, soldering. It's my least favorite task, building a robot. You build the whole thing and it's like, I gotta wire it now? Oh boy.
I was talking to Kazaya yesterday, and she was telling me that part of the reason she went to 8S is because she hates wiring.
Yeah, it's one of the worst things about scaling up. I like the smaller robots because it's easy to get that much solder hot. You know, make your little tiny connectors. You move up into the 30s, try and start wiring a big spinner, and it's big wires, big connectors. And don't even get me started on the heavyweights. You know, you're trying to take that much current. Just the amount of solder you need to heat up. Your guns just don't like it. You need to use so much flux, and yeah, no fun.
We're going to have two of the highest ranked 12-pound bots coming your way soon. Buzzkill taking on Caldera. Very different driving strategies, but very strategic drivers. Down in the 3 pounds, we're still going to have Ram taking on Jackalope. Bananarchy taking on Capsize. Bananarchy might be my favorite name for the 3-pound bots here today.
Bananarchy is good.
It's a very cool bot.
And it looks like it's going to be really hard to pronounce, but then it's not. It's pretty easy. You're like, oh, is it banana? No, it's just Bananarchy.
Yeah.
There you go.
That's a political movement I can get behind.
The Bananarchy pot?
Yeah, no rules, just bananas.
Come to the Bananarchy party. No rules, just bananas.
No rules, just bananas. We support the regulation of nothing. Have a banana.
So we are coming up soon. We're going to be going over to the KO show on the main NHRL YouTube channel. Not yet. We've still got a half hour, but don't be surprised when it happens. The KO show is that part of the day when every fight is an elimination fight from then on. Lose and go home. We're still at that part of the day where you can lose and come back, have a shot. It's that double elimination part of the day. But once we get to 2 p.m., once we get to the KO show, you lose, you go home. That is going to be even more tense. And on the main channel, the main NHRL channel. So make sure to come back, all 822 of you watching right now. Don't want to miss that.
How many bot builders do you think are upstairs looking at the weather report, deciding whether or not they should lose their KO show fights?
I'm supposed to go somewhere in New York tomorrow morning that's going to be -6. And I said, why is that? Not real feel. That's the actual temperature.
That's not enough degrees in the United States of America. That's like Siberian degrees.
Funny thing is, I fought when I was in China. It was really cold in Shanghai, and there was no heat where we were fighting the robots. And that's where I learned that, friction slip clutches that we used in the hammer on Blue, they have a different. They work differently in the cold. They get a lot stiffer.
Fight.
Your
Robots
motors
fight.
explode.
Glenn's got a spotter there next to him today. Helping
Oh,
call this fight.
I thought it was a one-hit kill as Buzzkill was not moving at all, but comes back. This is a big fight. Number 1 versus number 8 in the prelim.
This is a great matchup, too.
Whoever wins this is making it into the bracket. Whoever loses is going to have to try again. That's Glenn's super fan on the side there, brought along with the team to hang out with his idol and his favorite robot. Caldera 12, kind of running away here. Lost a tread on one of their wheels.
Yeah.
That's going to limit their mobility a lot. Buzzkill coming in slow, deliberate.
Really using a lot of the Glenn strategy.
Yeah.
Death by 1,000 cuts. He's not doing the dog fighting we're used to seeing from Buzzkill.
Yeah. And Buzzkill's weapon stopped there. But it looks like it's going again.
Yeah,
Little bits and pieces. There's the other tread.
Yeah.
Glenn has no tread left. That is significantly slowing down Caldera 12 as now they pivot around their weapon shaft, unable really to push themselves anymore.
this calm, measured attack strategy from Liam King is very different, and I like it.
So Glenn mentioned to me they're using a new rubber on the wheels to get more traction. I wonder if it has a little bit less durability, less stick to the hubs. You know, whenever you change a rubber compound, you don't know how it's going to turn out. Looks like it has not turned out well for them here.
No way. Came off pretty quickly and easily there. Didn't hold up to any of those undercutter hits.
Looks like that's a tap out. Glenn's
Yeah,
going to save his
done.
robot. I wonder if he's kept some of the old wheels, because that was not what you want to see.
Not a great showing. What do they say? Why reinvent the wheel?
We're always trying to reinvent the wheel here. Everyone, constant improvements on your robots. If you're not improving, you're falling behind because everyone else is. Disappointment on Glenn's face, but he'll be back. We'll see if he can make it in. But Buzzkill, great fight, doing what they needed to do to win there. Taking apart the wheels. And that was it. You know, the weight balance on Caldera 12 is a little bit forward. When you got good traction on those wheels at the back, it's fine. But when you lose that traction, you see they just couldn't move, just pivoting around that weapon hub, as it just had a bit too much friction for them, too much weight there for them to overcome without the rubber on the wheels. You know, that's why you'll see a lot of robots with kind of multiple options on the wheels. You'll see rubber and cleats a lot of times, so it's like, oh, if the cleat fails with rubber, you still have something. It's tough to figure out what's best on this floor, especially as we get into the day and that floor gets beaten up. You know, how do you get the traction? We've got a lot of 12-pound fights coming up here. Grim Reaper's going to be back. Bananarchy. Psycho in the house coming up against Carolina Reaper. That should be a good one.
It's weird to see Jameson go to an event with just one robot.
So first event, 2026. How you feeling so far, Kyle?
We've had some pretty good fights.
Yeah, I can't get over this one huge hit, that one huge hit in the 30-pound class earlier today. It was insane. Of course, the flames of Kazaa Light.
Crab Rangoon
Crab
really showing
Rangoon.
up, man. What
Crab
a cool
Rangoon
bot.
winning a tremendous fight and then losing another like great fight.
There's the Robo Cat ready to go.
Yeah. Robo Cat versus Grim Reaper. Grim Reaper, so much fun to watch.
And Nelson Pyros, he's one of the funnest drivers here, leading the skeleton crew. This armor that he sets up on the Grim Reaper line of kind of this horseshoe crab, wedges on all sides armor.
And that's not easy to
No.
make, you know, that kind of conical bend. Had a great win earlier today. They took the top plate off of a robot as an undercutter. They didn't flip upside down either. They just ran up, took top plate off.
3, 2,
Impressive.
1.
Fight, robots, fight.
All right, these bots are up to speed, ready for first contact. Let's see how it goes.
Listen to the hum. A RoboCat bouncing off that horseshoe crab armor.
Not that time.
No, look at that chunk they took into the side plate of it there. Found a great little place to get bite, and that weapon is now grinding away.
Something's off on Grim Ripper.
Whatever it's hitting, it's not clearing, and that's a wheel gone off of Grim Reaper 2 now.
The way the armor bounces.
You can hear the weapon just constantly hitting the armor on Grim Ripper.
How is this even possible? Oh! Grim Ripper is just taking a beating here. Now the weapon is down, the wheel is off the ground. Somehow they're still moving.
Nelson says, we're done, thank you.
They tap out to save the bot for the rest of the day.
That was pretty intense.
RoboCat, the 4th seed, taking down the 5th seed, Grim Ripper. This is the 6th event for RoboCat. They came in at 14-8 overall. 5th event for Grim Ripper. That loss is going to take Grim Ripper down to 18-15. But we'll see. They'll be back every 30-pounder. Oh, no, sorry, that's a 12-pound fight. But was that a cusp fight?
I do not know.
I think they'll be back for the KO show. If they can get it fixed. But I did, just stylistically, the bouncing armor was very fun for me.
All right, in the 3-pound class, we've got Rem Ram going up against Jackalope coming up very quickly. But in 12 pounds, we're going to have Bananarchy taking on Capsize and Psycho taking on the Carolina Reaper.
There were some big hits in that last fight from RoboCat. Grim Ripper taking a few of them, unable to take all of them. Wheels going flying, armor coming disconnected. They're confused. What is this? Is this mine? I guess so.
It is convenient having that little bowl to put all the pieces in after.
Yeah, there's some nice looking little TPU armor mounts there, flexible. I guess that's what was causing some of that bounce.
Wow, that was rough.
RoboCat setting themselves up for the tournament, thinking they've got to be feeling good about their odds today. Taking down a tough opponent there. Not always easy to do that to Grim Ripper. JMO here with Psycho later on. JMO retired Silent Spring at last year's World Championships, but he's still here with the larger robots. 12-pound Psycho here today.
We'll have some version of Megatron later on in the season, I'm sure.
Now, why isn't Bananarchy yellow?
That's a great question. Maybe you just have too much of a standard view of what a Bananarchy is supposed to look like. Maybe you need to open your mind.
To the anarchy of being whatever color.
Yeah, just because it's a banana doesn't mean it has to be yellow.
That's a good point.
They can do whatever they want. Purple is fine.
I suppose that's their fight song.
So this will be the last fight of this stream, and then after that, please join us on the KO show stream.
The
KO show stream will be on the main NHRL YouTube channel, kicking off in 15 minutes, spot on 2 p.m. Eastern. But this is the last fight on this stream.
5,
And
4,
you actually have a lot of
3,
choices for the KO
2,
stream. You can
1.
find us on
Fight,
Facebook,
robots,
Twitch,
fight.
and Twiller TV. Triller TV, Twitch, Facebook, and YouTube. NHRL, find us, be us, join us. But Bananarchy, right off the gate, is trying to capsize. So far unsuccessful. Bananarchy. I want to see that weapon spin. Oh, it's just unable to get up to speed, Kyle. The forks on capsize here working a bit as a keep away. That's not what they want. They don't have a ranged weapon. They need to be getting under people to do the flipping, and now they're the ones up against the wall, Kyle. That is not what they
can't really
wanted.
get themselves down either. I mean, look, they lift themselves up a little bit. They can maybe get that one rear wheel on the corner of it.
They're getting counted out. They're going to have to call for an unstick. There it is.
There it
You
is,
see
yeah.
that blue light, little X by their name disappear, unable to get themselves off the wall. They don't have any more unstick requests left, and Bananarchy's going to try and get them stuck again.
Getting the control box stuck on the side of the wall, not what I was expecting. That's the kind of Bananarchy we are here for.
You know, you got to say that Bananarchy's been a really good control bot here. They got capsize stuck. They've been shoving them around, unable to really do much with their weapon. Capsize has been doing even less. Now they're a bit entangled here. Capsize is going to have to let go. There they go. This is a tough one. 1 minute remaining here. Bananarchy trying to spin that weapon up, but it's just not getting to any sort of dangerous speed. Something is wrong internally. The crowd enjoying Capsize's first pin there.
A little bit of
escapes.
a pop. Just a little bit of a pop. Capsize has been spending a lot of time with its weapon up in the air, not down where it can get underneath its opponent.
Yeah, and even when it is down, really. Oh, there's what you want.
That's what you want. Flipping him all the way over.
That is
textbook dummy test right there. 2 big flips. Look at that. That team is excited.
It's a good way to end the fight. We got 15 seconds left here, showing a little bit of harm, getting your opponent in an inconvenient spot. But Capsize coming back with the pin here.
Last 3 seconds of this fight, they gotta let go of the pin, and we are donezo. This is going to the judges.
And just like normal, I am glad I am not a judge. I have no idea how I score that one. But I guess they'll be using their judgment. If you want to win a fight, don't leave it to the judges. We have no idea what's going to happen. But let's see everybody on YouTube, on Facebook, on Twitch, on Triller TV. Find us on the main NHRL channel. We'll be back in 12 minutes.
KO show.
Better fights, clear. Better fights, clearer outcomes, and a stronger experience for both fans and competitors alike. Here's what's new for the 2026 season at the National Havoc Robot League. The 2026 rule set pushes much harder towards using your active weapon to attack and cause actual harm. It's always been this way at NHRL, but now we're doubling down. Why? Because it leads to more entertaining fights, more understandable outcomes, and a better experience overall for everyone, both watching and competing. Judging now reflects that philosophy. We've gone from 3 judging categories down to 2, condition and attack. Condition replaces what used to be known as damage, but it's flipped. Instead of getting judged on the damage you do to your opponent, you're now judged on the condition of your robot at the end of the match. Attack replaces control and aggression, and it measures the intensity and frequency of your attacks, and critically, how effective you were at causing harm with your active weapon. Going from 3 categories to 2 will allow us to have faster judges' decisions, more consistency, and a clearer alignment between what happens in the cage and what fans expect the outcome of the match to be. Next up, how you compete. So for 2026, we have 3 distinct competitive paths. Some people enjoy showing up, immediately getting matched up against elite teams, and going 0-2. But that doesn't necessarily make you a better builder, and it isn't necessarily the best on-ramp into the sport of fighting robots. XP creates a softer landing for newcomers, so they get more fights, more experience, and a clear progression towards open tournaments. The opens stay largely the same, but with a more fair ranking system and a registration that prioritizes experienced competitors. The biggest addition for 2026 is the Pro Tour. The Pro Tour is 3 invite-only events. These events feature the absolute best builders in the world, major prizes, and the highest level of competition NHRL has ever seen. If you reach primetime at a qualifying event, you'll earn an invite. You don't have to attend, but we think you'll want to. Pro Tour introduces an NHRL Pro rank, which determines your seeding at the NHRL Pro World Championships. Top 4 at an Open still qualifies you for the World Champs, but your Pro Tour rank determines where you'll start. We want the intensity, the prestige, and energy of Worlds throughout the year, not just at the finale. Fans are showing up, builders are raising their game, and the demand is real. These changes represent the next stage of NHRL's evolution. Stronger rules, clearer competition paths, higher stakes, and bigger stages. We are so excited for this 2026 season, and we can't wait to see what you build.
Happy Valentine's.
From 1-800-Flowers.com.
Use one word to describe our relationship.
Roller coaster.
He's my best friend in the whole world.
Oh, these are cute.
Thank you.
Share.
All right, judges' decision criteria. So it's attack, 5 points maximum. More harm equals more points. Condition, in other words, what your robot looks like at the end is 6 points. Less damage equals more points. And the highest score from 2 judges wins the fight. In other words, if you convince 2 judges you won that fight, then you've won that fight.
And those are new rules today, new judges' criteria today. They've been working pretty well. But we have one more announcement. It's the biggest announcement of the day, the NHRL Pro Tour. Tell us about it, Kyle.
Oh my gosh, this is a new tournament format that we are putting together. If you are in the top 4 or the top 8 today, you qualify for the Pro Tour events. And that is going to be absolutely epic. If you go, it gives you one more chance to qualify for the Pro World Championships in December. And yeah, take note, Pro World Tour. Key and operative word there. So maybe
Pro and Tour.
Pro
Money,
and
travel.
Tour.
Yeah.
Maybe maybe a little bit of travel, maybe a little bit of professionalism. Either way, we're going to be bringing you a higher level of competition. The stakes are higher, the prizes are bigger. It's going to be pretty cool.
I like the sound of it.
All right, so let's talk about our stories for the day so far for what we've been developing. It has been an absolutely insane event today.
Yeah, Golden Bretts are here. Starting off in the 30s, we have Golden Brett winner from last year, Kazaa Light. Tore it up in their first fight, showing what they can do with Flames. They're back. They had a tap-out victory. Can they go all the way tonight? Another Golden Dumpster?
I think it's possible. And in the 3-pound division, Pine Victus, showing that it was not a fluke that they came home with that world championship at the end of the season last year. Absolutely damaging performances, dominant all day long. I've been loving to see it.
Walkers are evolving today, Kyle. Everything becomes crabs.
Eventually,
Crab
yes.
Rangoon in the 3-pound class, which is maybe a misnomer, because with the true Walker bonus, they weigh 6 pounds now. The Walker rules have changed this year. What worked last year doesn't work anymore. You got to make a more complex Walker now, and Crab Rangoon is looking great. They're sitting on 1-1 for the day.
And 100% invertible. In fact, they won their first fight upside down, still able to win, and then dancing their way to the door at the end of it.
Yeah.
I love this robot. Eli Davis does it again, bringing you something weird that actually works. That seems to be his brand as we move forward.
Yeah.
And what about Warhard?
Okay, so Jonathan Juarez has been on hiatus for a year. He needed some time off to get his fire back and his mojo back, and he has shown up in perfect Juarez form today. He is ready to go. I asked him what his preparation was for his first fight today, and you know what he said? Whatever.
Well,
I'm ready.
Speaking of first fights today, let's toss it down to Ricky and Dima for the first fight of tonight's KO show.
All right, thank you, Ricky and Dima. Take it away.
So happy to be here in the booth, guys, but it's actually going to be me and Sam for this part of the KO show.
Hi, fellas.
I pulled some strings and I got my favorite Evo henchman with me. A little bit selfish, but you know, I'll be there. I'll be with Ricky all day during prime time, you know. But for the start of the KO show, me and Sam, Vert in a big wheel.
Yeah, I'm excited to see Psycho go up against Carolina Reaper here. This is the type of robot that Carolina Reaper wants to fight. A nice compact Vert. The only caveat being
it's JMO.
Exactly.
Yeah, you wanna fight your good matchups. You just don't really want them to be JMO all the time. Maybe sometimes, maybe in the first round of the fight where you can afford a loss or two. But once you get
I know JMO was watching Carolina's fight earlier, maybe seeing what to expect going into this one.
There's been a lot of big wheels going around the meta, so to speak, this event and previous events. You see them, they're a little bit easier to get up to speed in the 3-pound division. When you go further up, they're a little bit harder to be able to withstand the non-linear scaling of 12 and 30-pound weapons. But Carolina Reaper has shown it's deserved its seed, and there's a pepper joke in there that I'm too focused and locked in to make, but you know, it's seeded well and it's been fighting well all day.
5,
I'm curious to see how
4,
these weapons stack up.
3.
JMO's been fighting
2,
well for years.
1.
So
Fight, robots, fight.
Who's gonna win the first impact? Looks like Psycho's getting some hits on the wheels.
That weapon-to-weapon exchange, both robots still functioning after that.
Psycho is getting some choice hits.
Yeah, JMO doesn't seem to be going for the wheels of Carolina Reaper. He's just sending it right at that weapon. Now inverted.
He runs to the walls just for a moment to get himself back up. It's not really working, but he needs to get right set up for his weapon to be working perfectly. And you kind of need your weapon to be working perfectly in this matchup.
I would imagine his bottom plate maybe not as thick as the top plate for this match.
That's typical. Carolina Reaper is in control right now, or in the driver's seat right now, but not getting a lot of engages to, you know, take the reward of being in the driver's seat.
Yeah, as in control as a low traction big wheel bot can be, I would say. But oof,
there we go.
That hit put JMO's Psycho back on its wheels.
But it does look like the weapon is down. JMO can still run that big hunk of metal, that big bar, into Carolina Reaper and try to get it to spin down. But it's going to be hard getting any damage on the wheels if your weapon's down. JMO not driving as if his weapon is down, still being appropriately aggressive. And you can still push the big wheel by the wheels even if you can't shred them up.
Whoa. There, sending his dead weapon right into the functioning weapon of Carolina Reaper, trying to break it.
That's what he wants.
He's got to even up that score. Carolina Reaper might be having some drive side issues.
Maybe, it's hard to tell. Going in a circle like that typically is indicative of a drive issue. You want to go in a straight line if you can. Still trying to get some engages on JMO. Still trying to get the weapon, even taking weapon to weapon, even though it's metal and it's not like a clean hit. Take whatever engages you can get in the last minute, especially in this last 30 seconds. Psycho stuck on the kick plate. There's got to be an unstick. There, it's called for now.
20 seconds remain, though.
Carolina Reaper trying to block the house bot as best as it can.
It's kind of working.
It is kind of working. Has to drive around it, and 5 seconds left. JMO's still not unstuck. These unsticks take a little time. It's not instant.
And that's the match. This one's going to the judges. Ooh, that's tough.
We have a moment right now called the Prove It period where both robots are given the opportunity to show off their function and show how they are at the end of the fight. A little 20 seconds to show the judges, hey, I'm moving just fine, my weapon's spinning just fine, or maybe my wheel's down, but I'm still pretty maneuverable. The other robot has a chance to say, well, you can maybe I can't show off my weapon, but I got full drive, etc.
And in this Prove It period with Psycho propped up against the kick plate, they got nothing to prove.
That's not a good look, but we still got to get that robot unstuck anyway because we got to load it out. So as long as we can get it unstuck for the Prove It period, we'll be able to have one. But the Prove It period is sort of like prove it to the judges and the audience.
Yeah.
Prove your performance. Prove that you deserve the win. In martial arts, sometimes after a fight, a fighter will, raise their hands to signify to the judges, I'm confident that I took that. It's the robot equivalent of in the Prove It period. It's going to be, you can't raise your hands, but you can do a little dance. You can.
Yeah, that's the robot equivalent.
Yeah.
Although there's some robots that can raise their hands. Crab Rangoon, one of them. Jump Rope, another one.
So the Prove It period happens immediately after the fight. As long as we can get both robots unstuck, it happens right as the fight ends. You want to demonstrate both your weapon and your drive, the two most important parts of your robot's condition, and the judges are going to use it as a reference. And they're going to say, this shows your functionality. This is how things are working at the end of the fight.
Pretty cool one.
Yeah.
Who do you think's going to take it?
I don't know. That's a rough one. I kind of want to give it to Carolina Reaper. It looks like they were more functional. They took a lot less damage, but they weren't really aggressive for part of that fight. It looked like they were running away a little bit. A little bit.
I don't know if they were running away so much as they were suffering from a lack of traction that made it seem like that they weren't capable of chasing Psycho down.
That's true, but if they weren't capable of chasing Psycho down, that means you didn't chase Psycho down. Even if you weren't capable of it, you got to be capable of it.
That's fair. That's fair.
I don't know. Kind of glad that I'm here and not in the judges booth.
Yeah.
But I say that a lot of times.
Looks like they're still proving something in there.
Carolina Reaper probably needs a moment to show off what the condition of their drive actually was. You and I thought to ourselves, I don't know. Is their drive down or what have you? Maybe their drive was stuck on something, and in the Prove It period, they have 20 seconds, and it's right after the fight. But maybe they can figure it out and wiggle something out if something's stuck.
We're just going to have to wait for the judge's decision, and in the meantime, let's go back to Adam and Kyle.
Yeah, so I guess they're having a little bit of trouble here turning off the robots, Kyle?
Must be, yeah, because the Prove It period is over. You don't get any more of that. What is it, 20 seconds?
Yeah, 20 seconds immediately after the fight. Unfortunately, if you are stuck, that means you don't get a Prove It period. But they're taking the robots out of the arena, and this is going to be a tough decision for the judges to make. Yeah, I don't know. I think Carolina Reaper takes it, but you never know.
Pretty sure Carolina Reaper takes it. If the bot looks like it won the fight at the end of the fight, I tend to go with that bot.
Yeah, best bet.
Cool robot. We'll see how it goes for them. Rough start of the season for Psycho.
Carolina Reapers they're hot.
Oh yeah, it's pretty high on the Scoville scale, right?
Oh, and I think I'm just seeing it come across here. Carolina Reaper is the winner.
Officially, quick judge's decision on that one. Remember, you only need 2 of the 3 judges to win. And 2 of our 3 judges apparently, or more, thought Carolina Reaper did a great job there.
Keeping the hot streak going, Kyle. Psycho got to be disappointed in that. This is a KO show. That means they're going home.
Just quick clarification for fans at home. Putting an actual Carolina Reaper in your mouth is dumb, painful, but not dangerous. Don't put this Carolina Reaper in your mouth. That would kill you.
That would be quite bad. I see loading in behind us. The next fight looks like Carmen is going to be taking on That's a Lot of TPU. And I think that's a great name for this robot.
It is a lot of TPU. It's big, it's orange, it flips things.
Got a knockout earlier today, a very dominant one. Now, the judges' rules are different this year. One of the robots at a disadvantage are traditional lifters. But there are still many ways traditional lifters can win, even in the judge's decision. But of course, the best way to win a fight is not to go to the judge's decision. And that's what That's a Lot of TPU has been good at so far today. Let's see if they can keep going. Carmen, though, very tough opponent. Dominant spinner, really good beater bar, and I think they're going to try and chew that TPU. We'll see if they can do it.
Just a quick update and clarification on that last fight. Psycho is not eliminated from the tournament. That was a cusp fight, so now Psycho has one more chance on the bubble, but Carolina Reaper, they have gone to the bracket.
Oh, so we could get a rematch of that later tonight.
That would be very fun to see. It's hard to believe that That's a Lot of TPU and Carmen are in the same weight class, considering their size disparity.
TPU is about 3 times as large as Carmen, but they both weigh 12 pounds.
3, 2.
Let's go to Sam and Dima to call this fight. What's up, guys?
Hello, these robots are off. Like Adam was saying, That's a Lot of TPU had pretty much a flawless fight against Xenomorph. Let's see if Michael Shore and Carmen has something to say about this smothering style of robot.
This lifter bot does not want to be off the ground. It's kind of getting lifted right now because its lifter is stuck in the space between the chassis and Carmen's weapon. All right, looks like they're free now, though. When Carmen moves, the gyro of the weapon spinning, when it turns, it can kind of kick Carmen up off of its side a little bit, and that's a great opportunity for That's a Lot of TPU to run in and, you know, catch them with the lifter when they're already off the ground.
And the reach game seems really strong on That's a Lot of TPU as well. Carmen was able to successfully get under them for that one strike, though.
Here's the first stuck. Here's the first stick. Unstick is called for.
That blue light indicates that unstick was called for.
And That's a Lot of TPU is going to do their best to try to stop the house bot. That's allowed for those that think, hey, is that strategy in the rules? Yes, it is.
Is there anything Carmen can do from this position? Weapon so balanced, not providing any sort of wobble.
Flo's going to still try to complete that unstick.
Flo really disrupted.
That's a Lot of TPU is pretty teched for this specific situation. Not just to be able to win the ground game, but being wide enough to sort of hold the bot in place.
Was house free. Looks free. Come on, Flo.
Knockout.
Wow.
That's how they draw it up. That's what they want to happen.
That is the path to victory for lifters.
Something special about a monochrome bot, I think. See the very, very intricate fork configuration. When the forks are split apart like that, you've got multiple in the same spot. We call them baleen.
And you don't see that on the larger robots that frequently.
No, that's something you typically see in the lower weight classes.
Proud mom.
Wouldn't you be?
Oh, of course. Young Dane, that kid is good.
I just saw some great driving.
So That's a Lot of TPU going to be moving on. Relatively minimal damage, if any at all.
Looks like they took It looks like they took a couple shots, but that's the thing about TPU. You don't really break; you get shredded, and those parts can be replaced pretty easily because they're all 3D printed. Those that don't know, that's a lot of TPU is named after the kind of plastic that it's comprised of. TPU, really, really, really strong in combat robotics because out of all the 3D printed plastics you could use, its properties just are kind of great for the sport. It's tough, flexy.
It is ubiquitous in the sport, especially in the lower weight classes. But let's send it on back to Adam and Kyle.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. So yeah, we've had a few big updates here.
Yeah.
Some updates to our set, some updates to the rules, some updates to the judging criteria. We're gonna go to a video package that our dear friend Sam put together explaining this a little bit more in detail. So let's check that out right now.
Better fights, clearer outcomes, and a stronger experience for both fans and competitors alike. Here's what's new for the 2026 season at the National Havoc Robot League. The 2026 rule set pushes much harder towards using your active weapon to attack and cause actual harm. It's always been this way at NHRL, but now we're doubling down. Why? Because it leads to more entertaining fights, more understandable outcomes, and a better experience overall for everyone, both watching and competing. Judging now reflects that philosophy. We've gone from 3 judging categories down to 2, condition and attack. Condition replaces what used to be known as damage, but it's flipped. Instead of getting judged on the damage you do to your opponent, you're now judged on the condition of your robot at the end of the match. Attack replaces control and aggression, and it measures the intensity and frequency of your attacks, and critically, how effective you were at causing harm with your active weapon. Going from 3 categories to 2 will allow us to have faster judges' decisions, more consistency, and a clearer alignment between what happens in the cage and what fans expect the outcome of the match to be. Next up, how you compete. So for 2026, we have 3 distinct competitive paths. Some people enjoy showing up, immediately getting matched up against elite teams, and going 0-2. But that doesn't necessarily make you a better builder, and it isn't necessarily the best on-ramp into the sport of fighting robots. XP creates a softer landing for newcomers, so they get more fights, more experience, and a clear progression towards open tournaments. The opens stay largely the same, but with a more fair ranking system and a registration that prioritizes experienced competitors. The biggest addition for 2026 is the Pro Tour. The Pro Tour is 3 invite-only events. These events feature the absolute best builders in the world, major prizes, and the highest level of competition NHRL has ever seen. If you reach primetime at a qualifying event, you'll earn an invite. You don't have to attend, but we think you'll want to. Pro Tour introduces an NHRL Pro rank, which determines your seeding at the NHRL Pro World Championships. Top 4 at an Open still qualifies you for the World Champs, but your Pro Tour rank determines where you'll start. We want the intensity, the prestige, and energy of Worlds throughout the year, not just at the finale. Fans are showing up, builders are raising their game, and the demand is real. These changes represent the next stage of NHRL's evolution. Stronger rules, clearer competition paths, higher stakes, and bigger stages. We are so excited for this 2026 season, and we can't wait to see what you build.
Well, I gotta tell you, those are some big changes,
Yeah.
and I kinda like it.
I like that shot at the end there. That was a fun one. Whatever robot that was lighting on fire. But
Oh yeah, ejecting its battery and
Who
setting
would-
itself on
who
fire.
would design a robot that does that? But,
You know, it's just a self-ending robot. It's fine.
well, yeah, I'm excited for 2026. I like the new rules. I think the judging has been having an effect today. It's been a lot of fun. And, you know, we're still having lifters coming out and dominating performances. That's what we want to see. You know, people using their weapon and kicking the bot out of their opponent. Yeah.
I like the fact that we're giving our primetime competitors, the top 8 competitors, yet another chance to make it to the World Championships at the end of the year. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, I think we're going to send it down to Cage 2. Let's hear what Sam and Deem have to say.
All right. We've got some 3-pound action in cage 2.
Look at that face.
It looks like we have Kiliko in the blue corner and Power On coming out of the pink corner.
5,
Is that a
4,
Togepi shirt?
3, 2.
I think it is.
Fight, robots, fight.
Some egg power out of Kiliko and just some straight up beater bar energy from Power On.
Kiliko doing some Thagomizer stuff. For those that don't know, the archetype is like a Stegosaurus's tail. You want to spin with that weapon on and get bite by spinning into them, so to speak.
Ooh,
spinning the whole robot, not just the weapon.
Wrapped up on one of their forks there.
That's a bad spot because I think that makes it harder for them to get that thwack that they want.
Yeah, you kind
Is
of want
the
your
weapon
wheels
still
touching
on?
the ground.
No, that weapon is totally off.
There's no blade on Kiliko.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That weapon has been removed. Kiliko is still driving how they should. Once you start taking these big impact hits though and stuff starts coming off.
Oh yeah, there's the rest of the weapon stack. Belt just came off.
The
Kiliko.
whole frame appears bent, but their drive is shockingly competent still.
And sometimes that's all you need. Although Power On is doing a great job of sending them into the air, getting some juggles in.
I do like that Kiliko is still even at this point in the fight playing to their outside.
Oh!
That's what I mean! You drive like it's winnable every second you're in that cage. If you don't think it's winnable, tap out, but guess what? That was winnable even with no weapon, even with that frame bent like that.
Awesome.
Wow.
I guess Power On ate itself or something. That weapon must have impacted their own top armor, disrupting it. The battery went out.
Hit the wall or the floor at a bad angle and stuff crumpled out of it.
We see some lights dangling in this cage. That was a cool fight.
The Kiliko team is ecstatic, wouldn't you be?
Yeah, I'm ecstatic.
If you guys hear me say anything can happen, that's what that means. That's what I mean by that. Anything can happen in the cage. I want to see some replays so we can see. We'll get a little bit of an idea of what happened. A little bit better angles, maybe.
You can see Kiliko weaponless at this point. Power On hit the light on the ceiling.
Hit the
corner to corner.
When they hit the corner, they knock themselves up in a really, really just bad geometry.
They roof-shotted themselves.
They roof-shotted themselves. Their top plate sort of kicked itself off, and the battery flew out in that moment.
Wow. Oof. Never give up.
That's why you don't tap out if there's still a fighting chance. Wow, wow, wow.
Props to the Kiliko team for that one.
Yeah. Kiliko gets its little Rocky moment. My heart is beating still.
Yeah. Wow. All right, and just like that, cage 1 is ready to fight. I heard the crowd chanting Benny, so you know we've got some 12-pound action. And it looks like we have Xenomorph in the pink corner and Benny R. Joan in the blue.
5, 4, 3.
Already right into it. Let's go.
1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Benny is loud.
It's sounding good.
Oh, whoa! That not only the battery caught fire and just flew out of the entire robot, the entire assembly, it took a hit itself and sort of twirled the flame all around the bot.
An instant ticker tape parade inside the cage. Confetti going everywhere.
Guys,
this fight was faster than Xenomorph's fight against. That's a lot of TPU.
You guys are taking the KO show a little seriously, aren't you? Wow.
Blink and you miss it, Dima. Did you catch?
My eyes are wide open. I've learned my lesson. I don't blink watching this sport anymore.
Wow. Well, whoa. Good thing that battery ejected. You don't want a little flaming nugget like that inside your bot. But David was on our Twitch stream last night. We were talking about getting caught on fire. And he said that he had never caught another robot on fire. Would you count this?
Oh, yeah. I rarely see that happen that way. That battery caught fire and got ejected in the same sort of moment. We're glad we have the fire extinguishers in the house bot, because if a battery catches fire like that, it stays on fire until it's out of fuel.
Yeah, Flo was on it quick with the extinguisher. Wow, topless.
Xenomorph is a big bully sometimes. That was a bully moment. Yeah, the battery's still smoking. It's not on fire anymore. Now it's emitting all of that lithium-ion smoke that we all know and love from this sport.
How does it fit so much smoke in that little tiny package?
Those 12-pound, the batteries that you put in 12 pounds, they got a lot of juice. They got to power a robot, a 12-pound robot for the full 3 minutes. Typically powering a very fast spinning weapon. They got a lot of juice in those suckers.
And when the juice is exposed to air, that's when it becomes smoke?
I'm not fully sure on the science of what happens when a cell gets ruptured like that, but when it does get ruptured, when it does come into contact with a big spinning piece of metal, the things emit smoke. That's why it was so rare to see it catch fire like that.
All right. Luckily, we've got a pretty heavy-duty negative air pressure system built into every single one of our cages, and it is getting some action now.
You can see it sort of sucking the smoke out of the arena through the vents that run above it.
And it just sends it into the ether. It turns into stars, and that's where constellations come from.
I don't know enough about astrology astronomy to dispute that.
Well, as an Aries, I'm pretty sure that's the way it works.
You're pretty headstrong about that belief. But having the negative pressure system and those vents installed in the NHRL cages is what allows us to run flamethrower bots to the degree that we run them often, and it's what allows us to have these high octane, literally, fights that end in battery fires that we don't really have to hurt ourselves to deal with, you know? By the time it comes to load those bots out, the smoke is already cleared for the most part.
Yeah, if those cages weren't as closed up as they are, and if the negative air pressure wasn't there, all these human beings around the cage, they would be in harm's way.
At the very least, you'd have a sore throat. I have not experienced the battery fire that I had to breathe in, but I have had to clean out a robot that has my robot, Turbo Fiend, when it did Mako cut into its battery and there was a big fire. They are not fun to deal with the aftermath of.
There's nothing more disgusting. That's why I think it was fortunate for Benny here.
The battery flew out as it caught. I rarely, if ever, see that happen. Sometimes you'll lose a battery and it's just out, and then nobody hits it because it's already out of the robot. Or sometimes,
yeah, I think the last time we saw that was the drift match where it ejected it into the door and got stuck in the door.
Okay, well, we did just see Power On lose their battery, but that wasn't from a hit from anybody else but themselves. They roof shotted themselves and it flew out of the top plate. But like, if your top plate isn't ruptured or anything like that, you take the hit, the battery ruptures inside your robot and it sort of sets everything alight. That's what is a real pain to deal with when that happens. So a little bit fortunate, if you could call it that, for Benny Arjome.
Looks like that cage is almost cleared up. All right. Adam and Kyle, what'd you guys think of that one?
Well, you can see the smoke billowing out of the arena behind us, or it's still billowing inside the arena behind us. I wanted to ask you, Adam, what's it like to have your battery ejected from your robot on fire?
Yeah, I mean, it's not fun. You know, it's not fun. At least, you know, their battery, like they were talking about, you know, it mostly came out. You know, with Drift, we ejected some of the battery and some stayed inside. That was a little bit messy to clean up. So if you can fully eject it, it does make the cleanup a little bit easier. You're going to have to rewire some stuff. Usually some things get unplugged, but it should be less time spent in the pits with the battery safely outside of the robot. But certainly disappointing way to lose. There are some pluses. When you lose like that, you don't have that nagging feeling of, I was so close.
Yeah.
You just lost. You know, you're like, oh, okay, well, Try better next time.
My first event that I ever went to was inside of a museum, and there was barely any venting. And I remember thinking, wow, this lipo smoke smells terrible, and it's probably not great for all of us in here. But it felt very punk rock.
I
And-
almost don't dislike it.
Yeah.
It's kind of like a nostalgic smell for me in a
Absolutely.
weird way, but it's very bad.
Yeah, 100%. And then I remember, coming to NHRL and being like, these fans, they don't know what it's like to be in an event where the lipo
Back
smoke
in
is
my
in your face.
day.
Back in my day. But I gotta say, I then have gone to another event where the venting wasn't that great and my kids were there. And then I was like, you know what I don't want my children breathing?
Lipo
This.
smoke? Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
I don't want them breathing this. So it's really nice that we have all these safety measures and mechanical measures in place to prevent people from having to inhale this stuff.
Yeah. It does put on a good show for us, though. Of course, you always try when you design it to prevent the batteries from coming out, but they just really like to eject themselves sometimes. There's only so much you can do. And yeah, it's just kind of a chemical reaction. Those two bits get together and poof, you got yourself a nice little smoke fire. But battery technology gets better every day. I'm always reading about solid-state batteries, new sodium-ion batteries, much less reactive. Even if you puncture them, they just basically don't light on fire. Lighter, more powerful, more durable. We'll see how these things come on. Maybe in a few years we won't even have this problem anymore. But
Wouldn't that be crazy? That's what they're trying. I mean, lithium. The lithium polymer is what we've currently used in this technology. Also, like home battery backup. Also, like electric vehicles. It would be nice to have a technology that does not erupt into flames
you see
when
a
it's
lot
punctured.
of these lithium ferrite, lithium iron type of batteries in cars and in storage systems now, which is a lot safer of a chemistry in that it doesn't like to light as much as the lipos, but it's not quite as power dense yet.
Yep.
It's not quite as good. So in a lot of industries, you're building a car, you want a safer battery. It might be okay if it's a little bit less power dense, but for us, we need all that power for the 3 minutes that we're in there. So still with these lipos, but they're getting better, and I've got an eye out for those solid state batteries soon.
That would be nice. All right, so we've got a classic 3-pound matchup coming up for you right here. It's going to be Shameless Self-Promotion taking on Jack Move. I love these two robots.
Kyle, I can't tell them apart.
Well, okay, sure. Shameless Self-Promotion is over there in the pink corner. It's the one that's shamelessly promoting itself, but it is in spinner configuration.
Okay, it does. I guess I'll go by the stickers.
Yeah.
Got a big SSP on the top. I got it now.
It's an SSP kit from Just Cuz
5,
Robotics.
4, 3, 2, 1.
And then Drew Davis is driving his Jack Move. Looks like we got some twitching going on Jack Move's weapon
Yeah,
there.
weapon doesn't look fully spun up on Jack Move. Does look spun up on SSP.
Now you can buy SSP kits, and very often new configurations, new weapon types will come out that you could put on your SSP kit.
SSP kit's still popular in 3-pound class. Used to be very popular as mini-bots in the larger classes, but with the rule change last year, don't see so many mini-bots anymore.
But I like this spinner module on it. Nice shot
He's
there.
a hat! Jack the Hatter.
This is a bubble fight, so the loser of this fight goes home. Winner of this fight is happily and safely in the bracket.
And SSP is doing a lot better as we move into the second minute of this fight. It was evenly matched early on until that massive hit sent Jack flying. Jack has to come back.
Those forks really doing a lot of great work. Those are forks that you would more commonly see with like a lifter or an overhead attack bot. It's very interesting to see those barbed forks working so well on this vert.
Yeah, SSP originally, of course, started out as a lifter kit. Hence the large slot in the middle where lifter used to be. And those forks still working great for the vert.
By the way, Seth Schaefer, who is the owner and proprietor of Just Cuz Robotics, has a great YouTube channel, tons of awesome resources on there for some kind of high-level and intro-level bot building.
And Jack Move is stuck up on the side of the arena. They're going to have to use their unstick here. I don't think they can get out.
No way. 1 minute, 8 seconds left in this fight.
You can hear the countdown happening. There's the unstick request.
Yeah, perfect move there from Seth. Waited for the unstick to be called, smashed him right on the back plate.
You get one request, and as soon as you're freed, whether by the house robot or your opponents, the request is over, and now they are stuck again. You can see they have no more requests left.
Textbook strategy there by Seth.
It.
That was amazingly well performed.
Knockout.
Ooh, and a knockout with 40 seconds left in the fight. Jack Move really didn't have much doing either way, and SSP, Seth, really able to dial it in as that fight went on. You can see the difference in experience in the designs and robots there paying off. SSP taking home the KO victory and moving on.
Really good self-promotion there, quite frankly. I mean, if you're going to show off a kit, that's how you do it.
Quite shameless about it, too, one might say.
So shameless. Nice job there from Seth. Drew Davis, one of the best competitors at these events, always finds himself at the World Championships. Not able to qualify this time around, but we'll see him back.
It was starting off, it was so close to anyone's game, and then, you know, one hit turned the tide of the fight. I think we'll see him again. I think he'll be back for Worlds, too. I mean, he's always coming back better and stronger every event, but wow, SSP looking good today.
Truly a family affair for the Davises. He's here with his sons and his wife. All on the team, all getting everything together, helping put the robots together. But maybe getting home before the weather turns isn't such a bad idea, you know?
Yeah, I'm wondering, is my car going to start later on tonight?
It's always a question. We don't know.
Quite cold here in Norwalk as we are in the dead of winter to kick off this 2026 season. We'll be getting into the negatives.
Kazaa Light to, you know, clean my car off.
I know. We bring them, we melt some of the snow out there. My normal spot was just filled with snow. I was like, park somewhere else, I guess.
All right, so as we mentioned earlier, we are in the bubble round. So this is how these prelims work. We have the opening rounds, anybody's game, right? If you win your opening round game, then you either go to the cusp or the redemption round. If you win your redemption round or you lose your cusp round, you go down to the bubble. And that means that if you lose, you are not in the tournament. You get eliminated. If you win, you advance. The name of the game here at this prelim is if you win twice, you're in. If you lose twice.
Hey there. Need a hand? At Texas Instruments, we have a broad portfolio to accelerate your robotic systems development, so you can design more autonomous and compact humanoids and mobile robots, ones that safely and efficiently work with people and other robots. TI, helping you build the robots of tomorrow. Helpful robots, like me.
Those outside aspects playing in that you don't always see, you know, on the stream, but when you're in the pitch, you're talking to these people, you see everyone working on those robots. The mental aspect is huge as you prepare and get ready in the mindset to win. What is happening here, Kyle?
This looks like it's a bit of a rage room. Birthday party rage room. So we do host birthday parties and events here during the competition. So if you ever want to have your birthday party, your bar mitzvah, your funeral, whatever you want, we got you covered. And one of the things that we offer is a full-on rage room inside of Cage 4. Break what you want to break, smash what you want to smash. It's all allowed. Go right ahead. It's just a big bulletproof box.
A little birthday party. Was that a robot driving experience in the corner?
Check it out. You got your own little driving experience back there in the birthday room. Lots of activities here for the kids.
If robots existed when I was a kid, I would have really liked this.
Yeah, for sure. So yeah. All right, we are moving back into Cage 2 for some 3-pound action. We're gonna go see our good friends Dima and Sam for this one. How you doing?
I'm doing great. How are you doing? Well, it's kicked over to me, so you can't answer. But regardless, we have The Wall in the pink corner versus
Astronomy in the blue corner. Coming out of Cherie's workshop, from Georgia.
Shri, who many may know from the popular
4,
Chunky.
3,
Rocking
2,
some interesting top
1.
armor on that right side.
Robots fight.
Interesting indeed.
The wall, though.
Ben,
Brutal hammer saw.
The driver of the wall showing his stuff early.
Oh, look at that motor.
Critical hit.
Right through that weapon motor. One hit. Shri was talking about how he's got some Chainsaw Kitty elements in astronomy.
That's true.
One of those being the exposed weapon motor.
You can have great top armor and you can protect those internals, but if your motor isn't external, it's a little bit harder to protect. You got to win the ground game and win those early engagements so you're not vulnerable, but Ben, the driver that he is, lined up his forks perfectly, pushed him to the wall, and went for that kill shot.
Let's see it.
Just like, no weapon, I'm not driving for the rest of these 3 minutes, but Hammersaw wants to go for those critical hits, those one-hit kills, and there you go, got one. The pandas and Jaren, an honorary panda by virtue of being a red panda, convening ringside for a moment. A little builder roughhousing.
Cage 2 getting reset after that quick one. Not too much to clean from that match.
No, not too much. One of the great parts about spectating NHRL live is the ability to just, when a fight like that ends quickly, you don't really have to wait very long to see another one. Not only are there multiple cages with multiple fights going on, but every single NHRL event, they get even more refined in the processes of loading out, cleaning the cage, and loading a fight right back in ASAP. Yeah. I'm just saying it from the perspective of I'm really spoiled because I'm in the booth all day and I get to watch these fights in a million different camera angles, but NHRL is a great live spectatorship experience. That's what I used to do when I was competing and I would get eliminated. I'd come down in the stands and watch with everybody else.
Yeah, it is enjoyable sitting and watching.
But here's what
just taking it in.
For those that haven't been upstairs, if they haven't taken a tour or what have you, here's the pit experience. Here's all of the builders lined up at their respective assigned tables. Their bots are out of the boxes. They're working on them with the weapon locks in, of course.
How would you break it down between in-cage and in-pit stuff? Like, what is the sport?
That's a big question.
Right? Well,
when people ask me about the sport, and they say, what do you do on the weekends, Dima? You work in high-end furniture during the week. What do you do on the weekends? Well, I do this. And they say, are you just fighting the robot all day? Do you have to repair it in between? No, I got to repair it in between these rounds. Depending on where you are in the bracket, if there's more fights and there's more robots still in the competition, you might have a little bit of time between your fights. You might have more time. But as the bracket shrinks and as more and more robots get eliminated, and as we try to keep the event moving, you might have less time to repair as the day goes on.
Yeah.
Then it becomes even more of a skill test, not only of your mental fortitude, but also how close you are to your bot, so to speak. Are you able to disassemble and reassemble that thing really quickly? Are you able to, when you sniff out an issue, are you able to troubleshoot it quickly? Do you know what the common issues are with your bot? Are you able to... Is your bot going to throw you for a loop, or do you know everything that it can do? It's tough.
It is tough. I think the pits are so much harder than the cage.
I agree, but I didn't want to say that if it was just maybe a personal perspective, because I just love being in the cage.
The cage is fun. You're fighting. You're driving around.
We're playing toys when we're in the cage, and then we're in the pit. It's fixing toys, which is harder, maybe a little more mentally draining.
Definitely.
You don't have the adrenaline anymore. The adrenaline is dumped after the fight, and you got to open that sucker up. Looks like we're getting ready for fish. Fish. I would pronounce it fish, but there's no I. And phenomenon. in the 30-pound weight class.
Phenomenon took a bit of a beating in their earlier match today.
Phenomenon has sort of like the classic black and silver color scheme that you see a lot in the 30-pound weight class, but Fish, a little more colorful than most 30s.
Yeah, vibrant.
Vibrant orange and blue color scheme.
Also took a bit of a beating going up against Gord earlier. But looks like they got it back together pretty much 100%, maybe a few extra holes that they didn't have before.
Maybe a ding or two, but it looks like it's in great fighting shape.
So Fort game, it looks like Fish might have the advantage as far as reach. And with a weapon as well, Fish has a bit of a reach advantage.
This will be an interesting fight. Like you're discussing reach right now. I wonder how much of this is going to come down to geometry and who wins the weapon to weapon when the reach doesn't matter. When they lock horns and the weapons are going to hit each other, I wonder who has the upper hand here. They're both a similar archetype, so it's hard to say, oh well, the horizontal typically has the advantage in this exchange, because I'm not so sure in this one.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Brandon and Phenomenon certainly has more experience.
Fish definitely looks like the aggressor at the start, but Phenomenon cuts a corner defensively. That's a bad spot for Fish to be in.
Don't forget about that lifter on Phenomenon as well.
Well, I didn't even discuss the lifter. You're right. Phenomenon has a lifter in front of it that's able to sort of corral people into the weapon.
And save him from using an unstick if he's propped up on the wall.
Absolutely, and win the ground game a little extra if you can. These are big hits.
Didn't help there.
Now lifter's up now. I think he wants to expose his weapon as much as possible. Fish is looking like the bigger bully right now.
Yeah, that reach coming into play. Not a lot of movement out of Phenomenon.
Maybe I spoke too foolishly. Maybe sometimes the bigger weapon just wins the weapon-to-weapon engages.
No drive.
It looks like it's
that base plate.
Yeah, I was gonna say it looks like the wheel can move, but it's high centered on itself.
Tap out.
And there's a tap out.
Wow. Tough day for Brandon Bennett Young and Phenomenon.
Tough day indeed. The crowd sure does love a 30-pound fight, though. You can hear them get loud.
Can't do anything anymore to it.
Oh.
Even if a fight is really great like that, it does. When you get eliminated, you gotta breathe out one big exhale and go, my day's done. We talked. Sorry, I wanted to let the crowd speak for a second. I love hearing those feed the fish chants. I think the crowd is a little light on those for this fight. Not to dog on you folks, but when there's literal fish in the arena, I need y'all to scream feed the fish. Right, but getting a hit when there's sparks like that, might think, oh boy, something bent, something broke.
Curious onlookers. That match was epic, he said.
I agree. Look at how close you can get to the cage, by the way. They are mere feet from our admittedly extremely safe cages, but the spectator experience. Hey guys. They're having almost as much fun as me, I think.
Dima, they're on TV and you're not.
My voice is on TV. That's good enough for me.
We're really letting them go at it, lingering here.
I wonder who's winning the aggression with this hand fighting.
Now, the blue jacket is pinning the red jacket. I don't see him using his active weapon. All right, here we are. Back to cage 1.
Cage 1 getting all cleared. The big 30-pound cage has a little bit more space, more square footage for our cage managers to sweep out and check up on. But that big square footage means it tends to be replaced significantly less often than those 3-pound cages.
I would say that's true.
You would say that's true?
Yeah. All right, looks like we've got Caldera 12 going into cage 1 alongside of Capsize.
Hi, and welcome. What a morning that we have had here. My name is Kyle Crows. Standing with me is Adam Wrigley, your host for the KO show here at the National Havoc Robot League. Adam, how are you doing today?
What a first hour we've had of the KO show. A lot of robots showing up, putting on good fights. A lot of robots going home. Everyone is getting knocked out or eliminated if you lose at this point on in the day. For a recap, I think let's take a look at Havoc 101.
Absolutely, yeah. If you are just joining us, we're going to look at the 101 of what it means to compete here at the National Havoc Robot League. Go ahead, Adam.
Havoc 101, we've got 3 weight classes here today, 3-pound, 12-pound, and 30-pound. There are 3 minutes per fight, and your goal, destroy your opponent before they destroy you. A fight ends by either tap out, that's when you say, I give up, knockout, that's when the ref says you can't go anymore, or a judge's decision. If you both make it to 3 minutes, we have 3 judges who sit and figure out who won. Each bot has an unstick request. They can request our house robot to get them stuck off the wall, but after you use it, you lose it, and if you get stuck again, you will be knocked out. The top 8 robots tonight will qualify for prime time later on at 7 p.m. Eastern, and they'll also qualify for our Pro Tour.
And the secret to all this, never let it go to the judges. It's a terrible idea. So, all right, we're going to go to cage 1 now for some bigger robot action. Caldera 12 versus Capsize.
Ooh, this should be fun, because I'm hearing we get to call this one.
2 very different design types here. Caldera 12 is a horizontal spinner.
4,
Mr. Boxell's strategy is typically death by 1,000 cuts.
Robots fight.
But look at the armor on Capsize.
Ooh, but look at the drive on Capsize.
They're already crab walking.
And now they're not walking at all. Capsize immobile, weapon up, and that is one of the quickest tap outs I have ever seen, Kyle.
Yeah, that fight ended quick.
Len Boxell and his super fan teammate for the day, really enjoying this one.
He's got one of those cool Xenomorph 3D prints too. That kid's walking out of here with all the swag today.
He's a fan of Caldera, went to every event last year in the stands, and Glenn invited him along to be a teammate today with him. Get to experience everything up close and personal, and he sure has been enjoying it.
Cornell University, one of the premier universities in the world, but in the world of combat robotics, they're relative newbies here.
Yeah, starting it off here with a traditional 4-wheel drive lifter. With that type of design, you really need to get reliability dialed in. Unfortunately, hasn't been there today, and with that loss, their day is going to be over. They'll be heading home, but you know, you get them in, you get experience, you come back, and you do better. I'm excited to see where they go from here as they dial that design in over the season.
Absolutely. I love all of the college teams that we have competing here and some of the college dynasties that we've built here at National Havoc Robot League.
Safety tennis ball, a little bit difficult to get on there. Of course, one of the last parts you always design are those safety covers, but you always know the vets because they come in with a beautiful, well-designed safety covers on their robots.
I saw some knitted safety covers up in the pits today.
Okay.
Bagheera was rocking some knitting on their safety covers. I thought that was an interesting way to go about it.
I saw one safety cover had a little engraved message for Ricky on it.
Just for Ricky?
Yeah, just for Ricky.
If you guys don't know, Ricky, who is very often a part of our announce and broadcast team, also very often head of safety here at this event.
Well, the ones who are approving or disapproving the safety locks for the fight.
We're going to continue on with 12-pound action here. There's a nice shot of our crowd. Looks like they're having a good time. We're going to have a fight between Inertial and Grim Ripper coming up next. I love both of these robots. Inertial is a pretty rare weapon type here at NHRL.
Yeah, Inertial is kind of a high-mounted, almost ring spinner-like shell spinner with a TPU, mostly plastic, kind of upper shell mounted to a hardened steel ring. And then underneath is a shuffler. They have a lot of ground clearance. Now they're going to be going up against Grim Ripper, who's a nice, like, conical horseshoe crab-like configuration, which is going to be really good for deflecting Inertial's blade. Fortunately, we haven't seen Inertial really get to spin up today, so we'll see if they've dialed that in, if they'll be able to get it up to speed.
They better, or they might be going home after this matchup.
Yeah.
All right, so speaking of upcoming matches, let's talk about the criteria for our judges' decisions. So we've now boiled it down, right? We've got attack worth 5 points. And basically, if you could show more harm, you get more points. And then everything else boils down to condition, which is 6 points. If you've taken on less damage, you get more points. And by the way, it doesn't matter who caused the damage.
Yeah.
Less damage, more points.
Okay, win over 2 judges, and you win the fight. The thing here about harm, too, harm isn't just causing damage. You flip your opponent, you get him stuck, you hit him really hard. All those things count as harm. You put your opponent in a worse place than they started, that's harm. Yeah. You try to do that, you do that for the whole fight consistently using your active weapon. That's how you're going to score attack points.
Knock them over onto a piece of debris and high center them, bend
That's
up their
harm.
frame,
Yeah,
you cause some harm. Absolutely. And so that does mean, taking out some ablative armor works for that. All right, so we also have added a prove it period. Immediately post the fight, you get 20 seconds to demonstrate that your weapon works, demonstrate that your drive is capable, and the judges are going to use this as a reference of functionality. So if you were strategically not using your weapon for parts of the fight, you still have a time to prove that it works here at the end.
Show the condition of your robot. And I think this is going to be really fun because people tend to show it in an interesting way, do a little bit of a dance, show off that drive, show off that weapon, and show it off to the crowd and everyone watching.
We don't give style points yet here at the National Havoc Robot League, but you keep bringing those TikTok-worthy dances, we might just give it to you.
Or at the very least, you'll get a few million views.
That's not a bad way to be. I really do think that's half the reason Crab Rangoon was designed, just to get TikTok dance views. See our competitors getting ready.
Prove It compilation video later this year.
I definitely want to see the Prove It compilation. All right, so we're going to go to Ricky and Dima to call this fight.
Thank you, Kyle. Yeah, I am excited. First time in the booth of the day. Dima's been lining them up, knocking them down all day. How have the fights been?
This has been, every event seems to one-up itself. I was cage side for the start of the day. I got to see a robot walk around on legs. I got to see some champions of previous seasons past strut their stuff. And now I'm in the booth with you. Don't tell the other guys, but you're my favorite to be in the booth with. And we're going to see, Kyle and Adam already gave us the rundown. Grim Ripper, as Adam mentioned, has a sort of horseshoe crab underside configuration. It's just a treat to watch.
Grim Ripper is some sort of anachronistic miracle as far as I'm concerned. Every time I get in the booth, I'm taken back 20 years in robot history because this was a shape we used to see and people kind of gave up on it, and the Grim Ripper team came back and said, we're going to make this work. They put modern electronics, modern materials, and it works. It really holds up. And that is as much as I can say on Grim Ripper because I am overwhelmingly excited for Inertial.
Yeah, Inertial has the sauce, so to speak. Just look at it. Maybe this is old school versus new school, as new school as it gets.
I don't know what school Inertial's from, but they're out to lend
robots
a lesson in fighting right now. with a nasty spin up, but not a lot of oomph behind that punch from Inertial.
But it spins up in just a moment.
I see sparks coming from underneath of Inertial.
Let's see if we can get that weapon back up. Lily Lynn out of Brooklyn, New York.
Look at those little flippery shuffle pods under Inertial. It's kind of a wild design.
And here we go. Let's get that weapon back up.
Oh,
no.
And the smoke has begun to pour from the underside of Inertial. No big burst of flames, and it is still moving, but I gotta think that weapon system is down.
I'm always with the proponent. It's not over till it's over. This is definitely a bad spot.
See the little legs, the little shuffling pods going bananas under there.
Trying to move out from on top of Grim Reaper.
This is looking good. Oh, but the weapon comes back. I was not expecting that. However, Inertial's up on the rails. They've called for an unstick. Our house bot is coming in. Of course, you get one unstick. I don't think that's going to get them very far. We haven't seen a lot of weapon movement. We haven't seen a lot of movement, period. It's been Grim Reaper's match all the way.
There's the tap out. An unstick like that is especially really hard to perform when they're in the corner and they're round shape. That's hard to knock around or push around with the house bot's rectangular sort of movement.
Yeah, that round shape, no match for Flo. I guess Flo, no match for that round shape, I should say. Grim Reaper sailing through that match. They're going to be excited, I think, with the limited amount of repairs that need to be done after that fight. We've got more big robots coming up soon. I know we're loading up Cage 5, but I think we're going to be going for another 12-pound fight.
Ooh. The 12ers have been particularly exciting today. We have a metal hook from the cage manager to drag Inertial out from the corner back to the cage doors. We're locking the weapon back up.
Give you a little behind-the-scenes NHRL lore. That metal hook is from the dumpster. That's the specialized. That's the dumpster hook that's meant to unclog the dumpster when someone puts too much metal in it in the trash compactor. Someone has grabbed it and decided it makes a perfect bot wrangling tool. We have a specialized tool. All of the engineering talent in this building sat down. How can we build the best tool? And someone said, no, dumpster hook. And I don't know if it's because it's better or if it just fits the vibe.
It does fit the vibe.
It fits the vibe pretty hard.
Pretty good.
I think it was Matt Farley, or referee Matt, who grabbed it and rolled with it. And no one wants to break a good thing.
Though she didn't win, I hope
crowd's looking pumped.
How could you not be?
Fights all day.
A lot of KOs.
I liked walking into the building, and there was a kid who came up and said, "Mom, I'm cold." And the mom said, "Well, there's a lot of fire to warm up with in the next room."
I didn't think of that. A mother telling her child, "Wait, there will be fire in the gladiatorial robot arena before you."
Just you wait. We have flamethrowers especially for you, dear.
What is better than curling up with a cup of hot cocoa and either watching the flames from home or being cage side with them? And there is hot cocoa in the building. By
Snacks.
The way.
Snacks. Hot cocoa and snacks.
And snacks.
And robot fighting. And that's what we've got here for you today. No guarantees on the hot cocoa and the snacks if you're not in the building, but we do have robot fighting. We will have robot fighting all day long. We'll be starting our primetime show at 7 p.m. And in the meantime, we're going to work our way through the KO show. 2026 is kind of a big deal so far. We've changed a lot of things. One of the things I think we haven't talked about enough is the Pro Tour. Daniel, what do you know about the Pro Tour?
What I know about the Pro Tour is it's a way for the builders and the drivers to sort of graduate from the open tournaments into an even bigger and better offering from NHRL. A tournament format that has stiffer competition and bigger prizes. So if you qualify for a Pro Tour event by top 8ing one of the opens, and you qualify for Pro World Championships by top 4ing, the first Pro Tour event is going to be at May 16 here at the House of Havoc. but it's a little bit to be determined if we may be going at Nationwide or some other places for the rest of the tour, so to speak. So from today, March, and April, you've 3 events with a chance to qualify for Pro Tour 1. So these are three qualifying events from now until the May 16 event. And then we're going to have 3 Pro Tour events total in 2026. The May event I just mentioned, an event in July, and an event in November.
This is going to be the beginning of a whole new world for robotic combat, a place where you can come, the best of the best can show up, really take this seriously, treat it as a sport, treat it as a profession, fight for those big prizes, get those big sponsorships, and put on the best show and the best fights that this sport has ever seen. That's the dream. That's what we're going to be doing. And the Pro Tour is just the first step to getting there. I'm pretty excited. I think this is a great stepping stone, and the fights that are going to come out of it, my mouth waters. I am salivating and will continue to do so until someone gets me some saltines. In the meantime, we're going to jump back into the cages. Cage 1, big robot action. Xenomorph is going to be going up against Psycho.
These are 2 robots that absolutely I could see and probably will see in the Pro Tour, just if I had to guess, if I had to make some predictions on who's going to qualify. Xenomorph, a sort of rising star in the past 2025 season, has shown his stuff with the big bully-style wide vert. You can see it's just geometrically much bigger than Psycho, but Jameson Go with a more classic 4-wheel vert design, way more compact with a compact weapon. I see my brother reflected cage side for some reason with that big dumb Mako shirt. Sorry, it's an excuse to shout him out.
It's all right. It's all right. I can hear they're just about ready to start this fight. I just want to call attention to the sheer size difference. Remember, both of these robots are 12 pounds, and the design differences just account for this huge difference in size.
5, 4,
Let's see if that
3,
pays off for
2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Rapid spin up from Xenomorph. Psycho very quiet, so you don't always know when it's spun up.
Xenomorph gyroing a lot. I assume they're spun up to a...
Wow! What a big, massive hit, putting gouges in our floor. The weapon has stalled on Xenomorph. We'll see if it comes back. Oh, it came right back.
But still getting knocked around and maybe even juggling itself a little bit on the kick plate.
And Psycho inverted in a rare
loss
situation.
of control.
Jameson Go, the driver of Psycho, usually so controlled. Very rare for him to be stuck upside down for very long at all. Look at these somersaults.
Psycho's getting some hits now, but it doesn't look like it's able to score a hit without bouncing backward.
The results that we've seen at the moment are amazing. Takes a lot of stress off the team.
Meet Finn, the /1 AI agent for customer service that automatically resolves up to 86% of queries with answers that feel human. Any channel, any language, 24/7. Learn more at fin.ai.
Notice that the weapon is kind of flexing in its cradle.
Scoring some great hits in the corner.
Wow,
It's Psycho
look at
stuck.
this! Psycho up against the roll, calling for an unstick.
What's Xenomorph going to do to try to... Yep, when the unstick looks like it's about to be completed, goes in and gets a hit.
Taking that free hit when it can. Psycho barely moving. I saw the weapon twitch.
This looks like Xenomorph is going to wait for the KO countdown rather than try to score it with 1 or 2 more hits.
5, 4, 3, 2.
Here's someone in the crowd say, Psycho, no.
Knockout.
Xenomorph, the 3rd seed, knocks out the 2nd seed. Incredible stuff from both drivers, but there's a lot of engages to point to that fight and think, was this the hit that did it? But a lot of damage added up on both sides.
I am really stunned. We've seen the durability of Xenomorph just get leveled up after level up after level up. Those hits are no joke. Not just the hits that Psycho was delivering, but being able to hit Psycho that hard and not destroy yourself was something that they struggled with just recently. So to leave Psycho upside down with the weapon not spinning and the wheels unable to touch the ground is an incredible showing. Let's look at the replay. What are your favorite moments here?
I kind of like that one because I think with these really big, wide verts like this, you kind of have to walk up to them and smack them and sort of prove to them, like, I'm not scared of you and I can tank you in a 1v1 even though you're larger than me. But here's where it becomes problematic for Psycho is when those hits, especially upside down at those bad angles, that is when Xenomorph is controlling the engagements themselves and attacking the weapon with a lot of bite.
And I think that's something that Xenomorph just has in spades. That big disc has a single large tooth with a lot of rake for it. And it can get such high engagement, such a deep engagement with that tooth on Psycho, on its opponents in general. That's what tends to do the damage and really send you flying. When you're a robot like Psycho and you've got this smaller diameter weapon, if you want to do damage with it and you want to get that bite to work, you need what we call feeds and speeds, right? You need to zoom in as fast as you possibly can and feed your opponent into your weapon.
Sorry, not to interrupt.
No.
Psycho is significantly more maneuverable when I assume both robots are spinning at max speed. Xenomorph's huge weapon and sort of wide, airy chassis means that it can gyro a lot, and it might not get the perfect angle of hit. But when you're upside down against Xenomorph, it doesn't have to pick and choose any engagements like that. It doesn't have to be precise. It can sort of just walk up with that big tooth and smack your chassis.
That's absolutely true. And then by comparison, Psycho really needs to be dialed in with its movements, and that just didn't come together for Jameson Go. Not today. Well, not in this fight. I think we've seen plenty of examples in recent memory, but this particular fight did not go his way.
You're right. Plenty of examples of fate lining things up in JMO's favor, but the stars can't smile on you every time.
Well, we're going to have a lot more chances for smiles coming up soon. We got a lot more fights. Carmen and Bagheera, dump truck and ground. And then we're going to head back over for some chaos, let's say, in Cage 2, the 3-pound arena. A lot of good fights lined up.
I'm excited to see who's going to shake out in the 3-pound bracket. We have a lot of previous dumpster winners and a Brett winner.
Oh, today's roster is absolutely stacked. So much talent. We've got so many new builders. I see new fans. Pumped about that. But no, there's a lot of creative designs in the building this time around. We've been seeing some really interesting fights out of them all day long.
I'm really excited to see. Typically in previous tournaments, I would get excited about primetime to think who's going to qualify for World Championships. And now I get doubly excited because it's, oh, who's going to Pro Tour?
We're going to find out by the end of today who's headed there. I really like the idea of Pro Tour just because it's going to be that concentrated segment. In the meantime, let's head over to Kyle. I think he's got some information for us. Kyle, what do you got to say?
Information? Yeah, I've got a few things. All right, so we've got some updates on the stories that we have been covering today. So first and foremost, we've got some Golden Brett winners still in the tournament here. That's right, your reigning defending championships of the 3-pound and 30-pound bracket. Showing up today, showing out today with some amazing performances. Have you seen any good Golden Brett winner fights today? I saw a few.
I mean, Kazalite, every fight, amazing, right? The flames. I want to see more flames.
Absolutely. Big long forks, really mean flames on it. And I got to tell you, the 3-pound world champion first, fight of the day today was absolutely epic, just destroying his opponents. It is so good to see Alex killing it and crushing it.
Showing why they're the champs.
Absolutely. Showing it up, and they're trying to qualify right off the bat this year, so they don't have to worry about it. I like it. All right.
Walkers evolving. Crabs. Everything's turning into crabs.
Everything is. We've had some amazing crab fights today. Even in their loss, a very interesting robot to watch.
Yeah.
Definitely highlight reel-worthy stuff. I love the fact that it's invertible.
Crab Rangoon showing up with a robot that literally is a crab, and crab walking around the arena and blowing people up and blowing themselves up is nothing but fun.
Yeah, amen to that. Well, right now we are going to go to Cage 2, where we've got some 3-pound action. We've got Scrambled Eggs from Team WPI. They're going up against The Wall, Part 2. Wall Part 2, vicious overhead attack bot. Scrambled Eggs is a multi-bot vert.
I do love a multi-bot. Of course, if you run a multi-bot here, you get a multi-bot weight bonus when both robots are equally sized. So despite this being a 3-pound fight, those are actually two 2-pound robots going up against the 4.5-pound The Wall Part 2,
5,
who's using a 50%
4,
weight bonus as a
3,
shuffler.
2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
And The Wall really showing that weight bonus with their shuffler.
Yeah, just shoving Scrambled Eggs around the arena.
It is amazing how far shuffler technology has come. You know, they used to lack pushing power.
They used to lack pushing power and speed. These days, they're almost faster and stronger than wheels. How much longer will the shuffler bonus last? Who's to say? But it's still here, and The Wall Part 2 is making use of it, turning Scrambled Eggs into more Scrambled Eggs.
You know when the scrambled eggs get really kind of dicey and like gritty? It's like that.
I don't know. I think they're turning into liquid right now.
Looks like the weapon might be down on The Wall Part 2. We haven't seen that spin since they had that weird back hit earlier.
Yeah, it did send Scrambled Eggs flying with that, almost as if they were a traditional vert. Sometimes that puts a lot more stress on the weapon than it had been designed for, usually for those overhead hits. So maybe that did something. Maybe they're just keeping it spun down now. But I also haven't seen it swinging much.
No, and they've really got to show some engagement with that weapon according to the new rule set.
Saw it twitch a little bit there. Oh, and the Scrambled Egg stuck. There it is. Half of Scrambled Egg seems to be down on The Wall Part 2, able to put all their effort toward the remaining half, and here comes another shot, not spinning very fast.
Doesn't really matter if you take the belt off of your opponent.
Using their opponent's power against them there, just jamming up the spinner. Now they're also stuck, able to wiggle off.
So one of the nice things about the new rule set is it really does encourage overhead attack bots to throw that weapon, even if their opponent's weapon is spinning.
And the Wall Part 2 might not have much spinning left in that disc, but they have power in the arm itself, which is still able to deliver some good blows, knocking out the weapon on this half of Scrambled Eggs.
Yeah, knocking out half of the robot before...
Look at this. The inertia of swinging the hammer back is making the forks work as a flipper.
It is, yeah. Yeah, look at that.
And they toss Scrambled Eggs onto their side. That could be it, Kyle.
17 seconds left in the matchup. Will they be able to shake themselves down? Will they call for an unstick? Either way, that is definitely not movement.
Yeah, if they call for the unstick, they should make it to the bell. But if not, there's the unstick request. They're going to make it to the bell. Wall Part 2 having some fun. Doing a little bit of prove it period early there. Scrambled Eggs won't be able to prove anything as they are completely stuck as this fight comes to an end. It's going to the judges, but Kyle, I think I know who I would judge the victor of that one.
Yeah, pretty clearly going in the Wall Part 2's direction. You know, the multi-bot of Scrambled Eggs just not able to capitalize on any of the advantages of multi-bot configurations in this fight.
Yeah, not really the best teamwork. They kind of went in one at a time, not able to find those gaps. The Wall Part 2 able to fend them off successfully. 4.5 pounds versus 2 pounds. Nothing Scrambled Eggs could do. Although they were able to take out the spinner on the Wall Part 2 early, they couldn't handle the wall slams, the overhead attacks from the disc, and completely immobilized by the end. Great driving from the Wall Part 2.
Yeah, really well done. I especially like the moments where he was able to pin both of them against the wall at the same time. Just a huge power differential there.
Now we have new pin rules in the judges' criteria here now, where really if you do weaponless pins, they don't count. But if you use your weapon at any point during the pin, then it does count for you. It is a successful pin. And so you'll see robots with overhead attack. What they'll do is they'll stop, they'll hold you there, and then at the end of the 10 seconds, they'll fire their weapon as kind of the end of the pin. And that'll make the pin count. You saw the wall part 2 do that. Even when their weapon was disabled, they threw it in there and actually broke the spinner on scrambled eggs at the end. Could be a big difference maker as they go to the judges, but that shows you the power of using your weapon. I always say if you're afraid to throw your weapon into somebody else's, design a better one. The wall part 2 made a really good one there and able to successfully throw it into another spinner. Our arena crew there helping keep the arena as pristine as possible, getting all the debris out, ready for another fight as we await the judge's decision.
We're going to have some bigger bot action here. Carmen going to be taking on Big Ira. 2 vertical spinners. I was talking to Mike Shore about Carmen earlier today, and he told me he's basically wanting to kill this robot. He's done with it. He wants to move on to another version of Voxel, a 12-pound Voxel, and he wants to just get this thing off of his plate.
I'm hearing he had to do a power cycle just to get it to turn on for this fight.
Not surprised. He's been having weird gremlins like with this rat for a long time. So he's in full send it mode. Do not expect him to try to save the bot. Do not expect him to try to save the motors.
But this is one of those points where maybe he's playing loose.
Yeah.
You know, maybe getting that off his bow, just trying to get rid of the robot. Maybe that's going to be his secret ticket to the golden dumpster tonight.
I would love to see it. Carmen's a beautiful robot, and Mike is a great driver. He truly is. But yeah, it will be good to see it go out in a blaze of flame and destruction.
I like somebody who's trying to send it the whole fight. Always good action for us, and hard to drive against when a robot is going to be aggressive the whole time. There's nothing much for an opponent to do other than just keep being aggressive back. So we get a lot of head-to-head hits, I think. Although we might need to do a power cycle on Bagheera here as they're backing up to the door. A little bit of tension.
Oh no, so we're hearing from the booth that Carmen's switch died. You kind of need that.
Yeah, so they drove over to the corner. The robot stopped responding. So what that means is most likely Carmen is going to have to forfeit here because I think they already used their power cycle. That would be it.
That's not the full send it that I think Michael was looking for.
Sort of a no-send situation, unfortunately for us. There go the safety locks, and that is an official forfeit from Carmen.
So congratulations to Bagheera and Nick.
And everyone at home, pour one out for Carmen, who's still not destroyed, and I guess we'll have to come back at some other point to be destroyed.
Oh no. We're gonna get GTA 6 before we get Voxel 12 again.
Why do I still have this robot? Congrats to Bagheera, though, moving on. In the tournament. Not how you want to win, not how you want to lose, but sometimes that's how it happens. Looks like we'll be going back to the small robots. I'm seeing Purple Pain going up against Who's Earl?
Who is Earl? All right, so Ricky and Dima are going to call this fight, and maybe they can tell us who Earl is.
I'm raring to find out. I want someone to walk up to me and say, my name is Earl, and then maybe I would know. What do you think, Dima?
And then maybe you would have to help him relieve some karmic debt that he has or something.
Maybe. I think there's going to be a lot of karmic debt after this fight when one of these robots walks away in pieces in just over 3 minutes from now.
In the cultural zeitgeist, the only Earls that I am aware of are My Name Is and Grey Tea. And I don't know. I feel like neither of those are the references.
Well, Would not be surprised if there's an Earl that we have no knowledge of, for which this robot is named.
Well,
right
even
now.
especially funny as I'm pulling it up on the stats page and it's completely blank. So
The mystery gun deep. Away we go. The fight's here. Nice little pop.
Purple Pain, upside down, inverted, still trying to keep his weapon square with Earl.
Excellent hit there from Earl. Really a toss. These hits are not, well, there you go. The weapon-to-weapon movement is really enough to get him bouncing apart.
Weapon geometry looks so solidly in Earl's favor at this point in the fight.
It does. These side hits, though, I'm really interested. Earl is tossing Purple Pain across the arena very effectively, but the TPU on the sides of Purple Pain absorbing a lot of it. So it doesn't look like it's causing dents or those kind of large plastic damage.
Yeah, it doesn't look like they've accumulated a lot of damage yet, but damage is cumulative at all, so let's see if I change my tune in the next 2 minutes of this fight.
We'll find out. Purple Pain having a little trouble there with the house bot. Now, Purple Pain has been competing for a good while. For a robot like Who's Earl to walk up and be dominating this early in the match, very impressive.
It looked like Purple Pain started to win some engagements for a moment there. It also looked like they had dug their weapon a little bit into Earl's top plate. But Earl's top plate, despite the fact that it's a vert-to-vert matchup, it looks like their top plate is pretty tough.
Yeah, now I see some belt issues and the left-hand side drive on Purple Pain really suffering. Right hand not doing so hot either.
They look significantly less mobile now than they did at the start of the fight.
Definitely encumbered. Yeah, the damage is adding up on Purple Pain. And they're a hat. Everybody loves a hat.
Nice little purple hat. All right, get off of there.
Took a while to doff that.
Someone get him from down there.
Doffing not guaranteed. Here we go. Now the weapon on Purple Pain is still going full blast. That is a nasty. Oh no, I say that and immediately slows down.
The camera angles we can see there's just so much drive issue. The plastic is crumpled on itself. The belts aren't spinning.
Oh, and we might have enough now to start a count out. Of course, a count out doesn't start if Who's Earl keeps engaging over and over again.
But there we go. The engagement has stopped.
It has started now. They will not be saved by the bell. They are saved in a sense from a tap out, but they will not be walking home with a win. The Davis family not looking as jazzed as I think they were hoping, but you know they're going to rebuild and come back bigger and better.
Of course. Davis family, you've seen them with Purple Pain earlier. Father running Jack Move 25. Now at this point, it's sort of classic legendary robot. And Young Yellow, I believe. And Purple Pain, a little bit more of a clear reference than whatever is going on with Who's Earl. Reference to
let's go right into the replay. See some of these big hits all over again. That's what I'm talking about. These immense kind of chucking hits. It's like you are playing kickball and drop kicking your opponent over and over again. And for whatever reason, the geometry on Who's Earl was just able to accomplish that over and over again.
A beater with a lot of weight behind it can sometimes sort of win those engages with any disc.
And I think that elevation that it has, the fact it's a little bit of a taller robot, if it can land those hits, which can be harder when you're taller, but if it can land them, it really has this ability to throw a further distance.
Absolutely. We didn't see any roof shots that fight, but we got close. And that's what I meant sort of a little bit about that cumulative damage, is that as that fight went on, those hits did add up, and what was only a little bit of plastic chassis guard on the side being deformed would later become, now the drive side has taken so many hits and has had its geometry altered so much that driving stops, weapon stops.
I think what might help some people understand here is, for a metaphor's sake, obviously these are tough built, but when you have a robot that has so much plastic on the outside, sometimes it's like putting like a rare vase inside of a plastic container and Sure, you know, you can hit that plastic container really hard, and the plastic container might look okay on the inside, and when you open it up, it's still going to be full of broken glass. And some of these structural pieces on the inside of a robot chassis, like Purple Pain, sure, the outside might bounce back, but your motor shafts might not. Your electronics might not. These things that have to flex and then bounce back, if the outside flex is enough, you're no longer guarding those delicate things on the inside, but you won't know, just looking at it from a distance, that the things inside are broken.
I quite like that metaphor, especially because we didn't really see it until it was upside down. But now we're getting ready for above average versus Jonathan.
Interesting matchup.
Very classic name for a very classic style of bot with that FingerTech beater bar.
I think the guys in the bowl are going to call this one for us.
Oh, we are so happy to call this one. It's going to be fun. It's going to be weird. It's going to be a little Texan.
But I tell you, after a fight like that last one, people won't be asking who's Earl anymore if they can keep it up, because that was an impressive performance. Let's see if the next named robot with a human name, Jonathan, can keep up the streak here.
Gonna have to deal with this above average robot right here. It's a big wheel brought to you by Peter Garnage. I like it. It's got a big 9-inch blade on it. It hits pretty hard. Had some reliability issues earlier today. Let's see if Peter's gotten that sussed out.
5, 4,
Fun fact.
3, 2,
It's a fun fact. 5 and 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Let's see if above average can keep up the streak of big wheels today. Doing well out of the gate. Jonathan, no answer. Above average is sending him flying, digging into the little hits, big hits. Top panels off, batteries are out. Kyle, is this it?
Yeah, those guts are supposed to be inside the robot. I'm seeing no movement.
That brings big wheeled robots today to 6 and 1. Wow.
Our flamethrowers, the new meta. Our overhead attack bots, the new meta. No, the meta's been big wheels forever. What are you talking about?
It's always been big wheels,
It's
Kyle.
always been the big wheels.
Above average stats for big wheels today. Jonathan going home. Let's take a look at the replays and see that top panel get ripped off again. Just from the gate, no let up from above average. And there it goes. No movement.
Vicious. You just see all the screws for that top panel fly off, get sheared apart. Boom.
Lines it up perfectly. Yeah, they just bounce across the arena. You'll see them cage side. Can I get those back? I only bought a pack of 12. I'm gonna need those.
Oh, the guts are everywhere. Hey, if you don't want people to know how bad your wire management is, don't let your robot get hit like that.
So I always try to design the inside of the robot. When it inevitably ejects its guts, you'll at least be able to see the inside. Looks pretty.
Right? Look at these cable paths I put in place.
You know,
tie-off point.
This is how you learn. This is how you grow. It looks to me, now I don't know for sure, like they were screwing that into the plastic. It's really hard to get good bite if you screw into your UHMW frame. You really have to try and get like positive like locking. Like you want to put a nut behind it. You want to screw through it. That's the type of stuff that over time you get it. But let's hand it down to Sam. He's got Peter for a little post-fight interview.
Yeah, thank you, Adam. I am here with Peter Garnache. And Peter, did that match go exactly as you wanted?
No, I really thought that I was going to bonk him around for like 2 minutes or so, hopefully do some damage. I really didn't think I was going to get the top plate. But the nice thing about these big wheels is that they hit a little bit higher up than most things, most verts. And so something like a top plate, if we get over in the backside of someone and they have it sticking out a little, we can just clip that and pull it right off. So, you know, that was about as good of a match as we could have had. For me, I mean, I like putting on a show with robots, and whether I'm getting trashed or it's the other guy, it's always fun. But, I mean, a win's a win. We move forward. We get to fight Sir Slicey next, bro. I think I'm cooked.
All right, any special preparation for Sir Slicey?
No, I run the exact same robot, put new batteries in it. I'm going to spin up real fast, and then he's got his 2 discs, and there's a belt right in the middle, and I'm just going to turn a little bit and try and hit the belt. And if I hit the belt, I win. If I don't hit the belt, I lose. So.
All right, well, we will see what happens in that Sir Slicey fight. Thank you so much, Peter, and congrats on that win.
Yeah, thank you.
Back to y'all.
Wow.
I gotta say, that Peter Garnash guy, he's not bad at driving big wheels. He did all right there. I'd say he's slightly above average.
He's doing well. A nice top plate removal. We're gonna have to get some stats tonight for prime time. You know, how many top plates have gotten torn off? And people have got signs asking me how many top plates are getting torn off today.
That's
I'd love to
awesome.
know. We'll need to figure it out. How many big wheels are winning fights? Right now we're sitting at 6-1. Pretty impressive. Fans are enjoying it. Big wheels, big crowd.
It's a lovely day.
It's a lovely day to be inside. Nice and warm in here.
All of our stuff's inside here today. We do have some food trucks outside on the way in if you want to grab some food on the way in and